Time to do my usual stuff, my usual game dev. All the stream stuff handy. That handy. Get the YouTube link handy. I can tell. Post, the Discord that I'm busy. Is it doing game dev? Hell yeah, bro. Hear that? Oh yeah, brother. Ugh. Okay. There it is. Really gaining traction, but that's okay though. It doesn't got it. It don't got it. Got it. I do all the usual setup stuff every time I start. Only because YouTube doesn't let me do it in advance. Thanks, YouTube. Alright, so. What? Rewards enabled on channel. Rewards? Have rewards? Ooh. That's cool. Guess I'm a cool kid now. I get rewards. Yeah. Yeah, suckers. You notice that appear there. Huh. Well, seeing as how I'm not even an affiliate, that's wild. Drag stuff around. I think tonight we're just gonna do some playing around with enemies or something. I don't know if I want to design more things tonight. Maybe I will later. I made my crazy, who knows what monstrosity going on here. I'm plants and everything in here, and big combat around here. Got to finish that up at some point too. Over to the corner here. This is the outside, so I can't have doors anywhere else. I don't think I'm going to turn this also into another thing there. Could actually just go pretty ham on having 4 of these sections and just theme a whole area around it. I don't hate the idea. Instead of having individual rooms that are much less themed, like more generic, have rooms that are all over the place. Because I might want to have more of a clown area too early on. Oh. Whatever the case. Adjust this so it doesn't seem like hitting me in the face. Drink some delicious tea. So, who we working on tonight? I don't need those. The Voodoo Mama does need some work. I'm working on a more boss type character. Well, I'm not sure how boss like she's gonna be. I guess she could be because she's kind of imposing, so that's weird and perfect. Out in my ears. Too loud. I was gonna save this for um more machine areas. I don't need him yet. But probably not on that. I've already had one that I picked out I was gonna make. Mr. Pinchy. Can I zoom in? Oh, I guess I have to manually do it. That sucks. Well, these don't even have like a skeleton, do they? Huh. I think they don't have a skeleton or something was their problem. I'm gonna drop one of the same thing and see. Some of the stuff I don't know about using yet. I'm not gonna use him, but I'm just curious. Hey Vibhu, how's it going? Just in time to be just in time. Takes 400 years to start up. Definitely good for the next section. I'm not gonna use it for these sections here. I'm doing pretty good. Anytime I'm doing game dev, I don't really feel bad about it. Let's put it that way. Guessing to make a simple enemy. Maybe I want something that launches projectiles. Not much if it does that. Trying to pick which enemies I want to make next, based on what I got currently. And I do have a limited amount of enemies are available at the moment. Where are they? I'm gonna use all the stitched creatures, so that one I'm probably saving. There's a shaman. Are you? Nice, nice. These might be really good for that forested area, actually. Huh. Okay. Well, editor for what? Like code editor? Graphics editor? I mean, code I use like Visual Studio Code. For most of my graphics I use DAZ 3D. Of course Unreal Engine. Main things I use. I have to edit some sort of a picture. Krita is what I use for that. It's free and it does enough of what Photoshop does to get the job done. Is it amazing? Eh. It does work. Let's make myself a new child character. Oh, a Stitch Drummer. Creative naming. Oh, what do I use? I never even use it anymore. I barely ever edit videos. One of the free ones. Open Shot, yeah. Just a quick, easy, free one. I was like, yeah. Most of the time I just clip some game stuff together and say, you know, just to show people. Yeah? Like using using OpenShot or about OpenShot? Duplicate animation here. I just duplicate the Manny one. That's usually easier than doing the other. Whereas this one's probably closer to what I need. Since it already has a bunch of changes made. Yeah. Um... They like each other. Isn't that exciting? A little laggy, but that's fine. Do I even need a retargeter? Invalid. Oh, sure, Premiere Mode is better. That usually costs money. And ain't no one want to do that. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I basically don't even care about making videos. To be completely honest. It's just... doesn't seem like what my goal is. Not really. I mean, it's fine, but yeah. Guess I don't just have an easy one here. I was just gonna eat my way into things. That I at least keep this one over here? I did. Actually, I could just copy. Wait. Better way to do this. We'll see. I always forget how to do all this crap, and then I have to remind myself that I don't do it all the time. Okay, I'm just gonna duplicate then. Yeah. Or I can duplicate the other one. I already got all the stuff on it. It's probably smarter. Dumber. Yeah, I don't pirate stuff. I wouldn't advertise that, but you know, it's just... piracy's bad, man. I know what I do. All this because I was just being lazy and didn't want to have to make this myself. I mean, there's free options. You don't have to pirate it. You could actually just use a free option. I'm using OpenShot and Krita, and both of them are free options. I could pirate the other stuff, I suppose, but nah. But I don't know. Say I've been, especially ever since I got into game dev and everything like that, I've just, you know, gone very straight and narrow on these things. I mean, I was pretty straight and narrow before, but eh. Do this. Grade out all these. Double check there. Yeah, the cast is gonna fail if I don't connect it. Makes sense. Not wrong. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, when you do free, you get less options, I suppose. There's other free options too besides OpenShot, but like I say, you know, breaking laws and criminal things is just not a good thing to do. Working theory is this, is, you know, how will you feel when someone starts stealing your stuff? Let's say you make videos and the videos are really good and people just start posting all your videos instead and getting your traffic. What if they start doing copyrights against your videos so this way your videos get taken down and they get the money instead? Or, you know, just the ones where it's just a money copyright and not an actual take it down copyright. People are all fine with stealing until it happens to them, and then not so great. Fair enough. I will be here. I did a little locomotion here and change some things up here. This is... I probably want to make my own new blend space for this one here. I'm too lazy to redo all the settings. I think I first tested it a couple years ago. I didn't really use it seriously until, you know, maybe like 9 months ago or something. Any Wander, how's it going? I would say about... It's definitely a couple years ago that I first tried it. I think I had messed around with it for like 2 months or something, just to kind of learn some things. And then I finished, I was originally doing RPG Maker and I was just finishing a project in that. Then I went and started doing it about 9 months ago and just, you know, it's just good times. Who doesn't love me some, you know, Unreal? I just manually make these, but I'm being lazy. That actually picks up all the side thingies too? Interesting. No, it's just weird. Yeah, I decided I'd work on some enemies tonight because I haven't done that in a while. I've been kind of lazy about it. So tonight I have to do all these things here. But I want this one to bang its drum in order to cause, like, you know, little projectiles or something to spawn. Oh, thanks, yeah. Didn't even show you what I have going so far, so you can see that I'm kind of moving along pretty well. As far as combat, well, actually, we'll do the combat stuff first. I'm making a steampunk world game, you know, so this is the exterior of the building. Everything happens in the toy factory where your character's been killed and their soul's been put into a doll. Well, her soul's been put into a doll. She's trying to escape. Best way to put it. Do I have an nav mesh out? I do. I do. I do. Okay. 1 second. Give you the quick tour. Yeah. Nobody cares about any of those. It's caused an error in a bunch of ones there because I was messing around with some things. But none of those are actually in the game, so who cares? Okay. Go away, screen messages. I just use blueprints. So, the mechanics of the game involve, you know, if you're in the darkness, you lose sanity but gain curse power, which is used to power your abilities. If you're in the light, you don't gain any curse back, but you gain your sanity back. If you're in sanity, you die. That's health too. Uses tarot cards as weapons. Abilities. In this case, you know, this is the Fool. If he gets hit, it makes her glow temporarily. A bit laggy though, for some reason. 1 second, I'm gonna fix the lag a bit. Take screenshots there. Remove some of these excess windows. This is Patrick. Patrick got named by chat when someone asked, "What have you done with my boy Patrick?" Grab this key. So, the magician lets you grab things and throw them. Also lets you manipulate objects in the environment to create pathways and stuff. Really, the star heals by trading sanity for health. I have it on like triple damage so I can beat up Patrick faster. He has other phases too. I'll start spitting crap at you. Third phase, he jumps around like a crazy person, jumps on things, and will summon minions to help him. Oh yeah, I definitely am using the Alice in Wonderland, actually Alice Madness Returns as a inspiration. Yeah, he spits these out. They blow themselves to tiny bits. I keep forgetting she has a dodge. She does actually have a dodge. I never really use it. I tend to jump a lot. Triple damage tends to help a lot. He's just supposed to be the first boss, so he's not the toughest. He will run away a lot, though. He does try to hit you, too, but... Wow. Back here, you jerk. Chase you to a wall. There we go. Vaulting's a thing as well. As you can see. Of course, I'm almost out of sanity, so I'd have to go down there and do that. Gives you an idea how it plays out. It's kind of hard to see in the light there. I'm waiting for Mega Lights to fix the lights. Currently, I'm using emissive ones, and they work terrible. Give you a better sample of how the other mechanics play out. Doot, 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 doot. I have like a room set up to test each of the mechanics. I don't have a lot of rooms for it. Mostly because I restructured the whole place and had to ditch a bunch of rooms. I went from a dilapidated factory to a working one. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Magician also lets you do things like open drawers. So you can open drawers and use them to get it to places. Oops. Almost out of sanity. I turned the sanity drain up really high, and I think it's too high. But I'm probably gonna have a way to level it up. This is how she saves. She jumps into toy boxes. Oh yeah, once it comes out, I'm switching to Mega Lights big time. Like, my game is so light-based, it's just important to have this, you know, thing. Boing, boing. I'm also looking for the next game animation sample update. I have that in here, and it does good things. I can duck too, but I don't ever do it. Yeah, you go through things like that. Lots of like tunnels to go through. There's a bit of a lag when I'm streaming, which is unfortunate. But computer's only so powerful, you know? Flip on right there. I don't have sandy, but yeah. A lot of wandering around through these kinds of places. A lot of the levels are designed either around being completely absurd or designed for people. I don't know why that guy's up there. He just likes it there. Don't worry about it. Oh, now I can't grab. Yeah, you'll like be traveling along through like these kinds of things, through books and stuff like that to get around places. I'm almost out of sanity, so it's not like great, but there's those. There's this mechanic. Oh, yeah, it runs pretty smooth. It's hitting about 30 FPS while streaming, so I mean that ain't bad. Demo coming soon? I don't know about that yet. I think I'm like maybe like 10 to 15% done with the game, so I want to get a pretty solid thing going, but maybe at some point pretty soon, I hope. Maybe in the next 4 months or something, I'll have a good demo that's like, yep. Oh, this is the Hierophant. It, these possessed objects, if you try to, do anything with them, they'll throw you. As you can see with these. They get bounced around. But the Hierophant's active, you can actually use them as platforms, so. It's another one of the mechanics. So it creates, like, you know, hidden pathways. You know, 3.5, it's like the same thing if you don't think about it, right? That's how I view it. Same thing if you don't think about it. Oh, actually, I want you to curse back over here. There's also a 14-year-old ghost girl who's wandering around, and she treats you like a toy. where she acts a lot like a jump scare thing. It's a Metroidvania, but there is a horror element whenever she's around. Because she's, you know, an instant kill if she catches you. But don't get caught and you won't get, you know, killed. There you go, perfect. Oh. This is my Annabelle reference. I haven't actually put the character in yet, but, you know, I have a picture of her in there temporarily. But if you're familiar with the Annabelle thing, I have the exact same inscription on my box as on the Annabelle box. Warning, positively do not open. This does. Yep, this is, this one works out pretty well. It's kind of a fun enough mechanic. Last few days I've been, building a more jungle-themed area. Because, why not? Thanks. I'm definitely aiming for some amount of, you know, style and just, you know, I really want to get that whole toy in a crazy world kind of thing. I really want to give you the whole, you're just a little toy and this place is huge kind of feel. So I'm hoping that I can really give that, you know, I mean, it'll look like little bridges or like actual problems for her, because she can just fall through this, so, I mean, you know, that's bad news. Yeah, I've been working on all these crazy things here, and jump down, woohoo! Not a lot of content in these rooms yet. I built this one, I think, 4 days ago, and then the next room 2 days ago, and then the room after that, like, 1 day ago. That one. These are all themed around. I was just gonna originally have one room that was like crazy, but then they just started to get so cool I started making multiple rooms. And every night it seems like I had one more room to this weird jungle area thing. I was making the little shaman guy with the drum for this particular area. I'm gonna have other ones too, but you can see I've got, you know, my giant pool underneath. This is my hidden grotto room. Boing. She falls in, she just dies in the water, so. Yeah, exactly. It's totally like a go play Alice game thing. I might play that on stream too, just for funsies. Oh. And then, you know, I have all these things here. I programmed in a whole bunch of the tarot. There's like 22 major arcana that give the abilities in the game. And I don't have this one. The effect for this kind of sucks so far. I need to get a better effect. But the Emperor lets you survive in like unfriendly environments like water. You don't just die. Does have a little underwater world here in this one. It's basically like a giant aquarium. I haven't put the fish in yet, but you know, for ruins and things like that. You can jump through these. Woohoo. Try to. It's kind of hard to play on a keyboard and mouse. I don't actually have the control. I could use the control. It's right over there. I don't know why I'm using this, but as you can see, I've kind of got all sorts of strange things going on down here. It needs lights and stuff, but yeah, I have all these things over here. Doing these, and double jump is like the strength arrow gives you double jump. You can get other places. I just have it sitting here right now because I'm not sure where you're going to get it. I'm trying to figure out the exact order of where I want people to go in the game. It was going to just be on the 5th floor and you were going to fight mostly voodoo types of things. But now I like these rooms, so yeah, strength lets you double jump. So like, I haven't added any effects in for some of this stuff, so most of the game is missing a lot of the embellishments. Oh yeah, yeah. Since the lights are a mechanic, I need mega lights. I really do. Like, I've been trying to experiment with ways to show you're in the cursed areas versus not, and the Like even with ways of like changing the way the screen looks and things like that, but it just doesn't play very well. You're allowed to go outside, but you can't leave the range of the building or it kills you, so that's a notable thing. But yeah, you can go exploring on pipes and things. And then the last room I was working on, for this particular thing here, is this monstrosity. It starts with coming in. Actually, I'll just run around it. Yeah, like mega lights are going to be real good for me. I changed a whole bunch of lights to emissive, and the emissive lights don't cast shadows. But the FPS when you use regular lights with lumen is terrible. And I'm cough. Every once in a while I've been coughing lately. I don't know why. I'm not actually sick or anything. I got planners up here. I haven't put anything in yet. I think I stopped at 5 a.m. last night and I was like, okay. This is my triple decker here. Boing, boing. Jump out. Woohoo. Stuff everywhere. I put planners in there too. This is where I was gonna have one of the bosses in this standing in this area. I really gotta change the sanity drain. It's too much, I think. I didn't put any lights in there, so you can't get it back for the most part with very few lights. The plan is to have a battle against a pirate girl in here. She's got like a little pirate ship. And you have to run around while she shoots cannonballs and things at you like that and try to sink her ship. Just saying. That's the goal with this one here. Whether or not there's an additional room that looks like this, I don't know. I might make another one out over here. I haven't decided yet. Yeah, like it's coming along, I think. I'm planning to have a bunch of weird, like, steampunk machines and everything like that, like a factory like that that makes assorted toys over in these kinds of areas. I'm just waiting for the assets to go on sale. Black Friday is so close. I'm just waiting for it. The assets I want are $150, not on sale. I ain't paying that. That, Black Friday, they're going to be like $75 or something at most. It's going to be great. So yeah, I'm going to have those here, and the machines will be able to be powered by the Judgment Tarot, which lets you fire like little bolts of electricity at things to, power them up temporarily. So that's planned there. It'll be dark the whole time. I just turn the lights on so I can see. Oh yeah. I have I think 5 enemies plus 1.5 bosses. My wallet doesn't like the asset store addiction. So, I don't quite have one. I want to have one. Another mechanic I have is you can rescue NPCs by taking them to this world that's there's a character who haunts the paintings, and she lets you travel between places by going into this painting world and then going through other paintings. But you can also take NPCs and rescue them by throwing them into the painting world, thus opening stuff up. And as you unlock paintings, like you visit an area, like you uncurse the painting, it becomes available in here. Yeah, I mean, who hasn't heard of Humble Bundle? I mean, seriously? Humble Bundle? I'm just saying. How many assets I got from Humble Bundle? Humble Bundle's wonderful. Problem is, though, I need steampunk stuff or doll stuff. Like toys. Talk about a very narrow type of thing to need. Why? Why did I do this to myself? I mean, I love all this stuff, but I don't get a whole lot of Humble Bundle. I've gotten some things, you know. I have a battle arena here to test things out. One of the other large enemies I have currently working on, she's like only like 50% done. I might want to put some lights down to hide behind. She needs a pin projectile to throw at people. She's just using Patrick's projectile at the moment. I'm debating on if this is going to get to keep this, but there's a... It can launch cupcakes too. What's out of sanity, actually? Yeah, that sanity drain's too high. I made it really high, and it seems too high. Too often I'm running away just to get sanity back. I haven't have a way to actually gain stats, so I don't know. I don't have any balancing going yet in this game. It actually most obnoxious just swings that in front of her, and that actually hits you more often than anything else. Yeah. Almost dead. Got wrecked. There's some other things that are in the game too. I have another one of the weapons that I'm working on. There's a bunch of stuff that's like... The reason why I say I'm not making demo immediately is the ideas are there, but the balancing and the actual, like, you know, testing to make it work really well is not. Oh, it takes pictures or whatever you're doing for the thing there. I'm probably going to have some way to put like, tags under what it is and maybe save the pictures. Sometimes they're funny. Yeah, the Hanged Man creates a bubble wand. You know, like the ones that, you know, as kids, where it's just a little, like, plastic thing that does stuff. This is a metal one, but... Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work as well as I want to. Like, it does launch them in the air, and they will eventually come down. I have to fix the bubble on these guys. As you can see, this is not perfect, but is there? There was like a bunch of like Synty stuff recently, which clearly isn't going to work for me. I need like real specific things, and those are way too low quality for me. Yep, I have this thing here. Most of the other tarots are kind of all over the place in what they do, if they're actually even working terribly well yet, but in time. That's pretty much where the game's at right now. I have a mod that really didn't put any kind of story in. I've just made a bunch of the mechanics. Also, what's this new Humble Bundle you're talking about? Oh my god, Humble Bundle. A concept art? No, eh. Nothing I need, sadly. Yeah, whenever the fab market does come about, I can't wait to see, like, I want to see what the sales are when that has, like, it finally opens. Because, yeah. Oh yeah, I don't care about courses on anything. YouTube exists. YouTube has tutorials for everything. I don't need any kind of weird course to take. If I can't learn it in a YouTube video, I didn't need to learn it. How it works. I actually should be testing on this area, not that area. I don't know why I'm testing in the other. Oh, this is just the spawn stuff? That's perfect, actually. I guess I closed my content windows. I want one of those. They have a bunch of like Laertes ones all the time, like this group that makes really nice looking assets, and I'm using a bunch of their stuff. And I keep hoping that one day it'll include one of the really overpriced bundles, because their stuff's really expensive. It's very nice, but some of their like, I have their Mega Steampunk bundle, which they give away almost every time now at this point. I wish I hadn't actually paid even 50% for it, because those have been like $30 bundles. But that one's pretty good. There's a like 1920s, 1930s industrial city I want. They have to kind of match my game's, you know, whole year thing, because I'm basically doing Victorian steampunk, but I kind of moved it ahead a bit by a couple decades because I really couldn't find the right enough assets to do just Victorian. Yeah, exactly. They're good stuff. I mean, I wish some of their stuff was more interactive and not like just singular meshes for things. Like, I'll give an example here. I'll open to the content drawer because I don't want to lose the other one and hard to find again. But like, you know, say these windows here, they don't have the windows as a separate thing. They're just part of this. It's like, why can't you make the windows separate? Do you know how much better? So on the main building, I actually couldn't use these. I had to find stuff that looked kind of like it. Which is, or like set things, like build stuff that looks sort of like what I. It was really just show you what I mean. It came out looking good, but there are definitely more than a few of their assets that I decided not to use for that reason. Like the doors don't open on things. The steampunk pack comes with no interior or anything. I mean, it's just like you can see I made use of all these random brick things to try to make a building that kind of fit in there, though obviously it's much more unique than the other buildings, but you can see their stuff. You can't see through that, whereas I need windows you can actually see through. So, kind of a thing. Best part is because I'm using it at night, I can get away with things not looking all that great during the day, because who cares? As long as it looks good at night. Yep. 3D text is glorious. I made this huge city for reasons. Huge is relative. I just built a city around it, up a few blocks, and said, yeah, we're good. Not even that finished back here, to be honest. Originally, I was going to have the character, you know, before she dies, take a trip along the road and have some sort of intro cutscene that way, but I don't think I'm going to do it. Yeah, it's kind of part of the problem with it. Yeah, there's the top of the building too and stuff like that. It's gonna have a resurrection ritual here, and I'm gonna put a bunch of more like Frankenstein type of machines up here. Because I was gonna mix a bit of, you know, steampunk with magic stuff to try to make it seem like occult stuff in steampunk, essentially. So Cthulhu meets steampunk. There you go. That's perfect. Cthulhu meets steampunk. The exact explanation you need. Yeah, exactly, perfect. I guess I can fight him in here or something. I don't know. This can be my chosen battleground at the moment. Sure. I should come up with a funnier name for these. Like a kid named them. Yeah. I definitely want the, I mean, I enjoyed designing levels in the first place and making mechanics and things like that. But I definitely just want to give people that sense of wonder to wander around. And I've been experimenting with a bunch of different ways to do it, and I actually just found that the most fun you can have is when the rooms are built for humans. Because you're still a tiny doll, whereas if I build the room for toys, it's just not that fun. Some rooms are kind of built for toys, but when it's built for humans, the weird things become platforms and strange things become problematic for the character. Yeah. And I figured my plan is to just keep making it cooler and cooler to the point where people go, I have to play this. And I'll try not to rename it some kind of Alice in Wonderland thing, because, you know, I don't... I mean, I probably should, just so I can ape all those fans, but... Got a very Alice in Wonderland theme. It's just, this rabbit hole happens to be, you know, having your soul stuffed in a doll. Perfect. Great rabbit hole to fall down. Let's mark this as the right one here. This is... I called this the safari room, I think. Yeah. That's my theory on this. These are like the wrong animations. These are the ones for a different character. Awfully weird. Yeah. That's exactly what I want to hear. Everything that I'm hoping for other people. We just can't help but want to wander the world. And hopefully it's endearing and fun enough that, you know, it's... I was telling people, my goal is to make an indie darling. You know, just a game where people are just like... They just have fond memories of it, you know? Before they've even played it. I'm just going to keep working on it until it's amazing. It's really that simple. Not releasing crap. It's not happening. I have a job. I don't need the money. Like, anytime soon. Like, don't get me wrong. I would like it to, you know, make something at some point. But I don't have this, like, short runway where people are like, I gotta get it out right now. No. I'm going to make it good. And I'm not releasing it until it is good. I'm not releasing until it's good. Yes. And I like streaming working on it because then people chat with me the whole time. I also take suggestions, like if you have an idea, I might use it. No guarantee, of course, but sometimes you'd be surprised. Some people come up with really good ideas. Nice. You're making games too? Some people use Unreal Engine for other stuff, so, you know, it's like, maybe not, but... These seem like the wrong... Huh. I'm gonna grab some water real fast. Be right back. All right. Maybe I'll cough a bit less when I'm drinking water instead of tea. I don't know. Nice. 6 years doing gig work, huh? Man. That's so cool. What kind of game are you making? What's the plan? Man. This just doesn't have any kind of additional other movements. It's just literally walk forward. It's the only thing. It has no strafes, no nothing. Wow. That sucks. See? It just walks. No backwards run, nothing? Damn. I guess it's mostly just meant to sit there and drum a lot. I guess it can steal the ones from the other thing, which is kind of what I'm doing there, but... a little awkward. You know what it reminds me of? Just some sick person on Thanksgiving putting a weird, funny little, like, you know, corn on the cob thing with like a couple, like, you know, Sharpie black eyes and some, like, you know, teeth on it, like Sharpie teeth. And like a weird little, like, bone necklace. It's just a dead, like, you know, chicken. Or like a turkey. There you go. It's just a turkey like that. It's just someone dressed it up. I could see someone doing this in social media. And then them just dancing it there like that in front of people. There's some sicko on it. You know there is. The weird thoughts that go through my head on this one. It's okay to think me weird. You don't make games about, you know, dolls and people with souls in them and everything like that if you're, you know, you're a normal, well-adjusted person. Right? Can't be the only one who thinks that. They're probably going to be an RPG called Fruit Monsters, huh? Nice, nice. Send you with it. I see. You know, listen. You just leave the fruit sitting there long enough, and as it goes bad, it's clearly turning into a monster. Let no one tell you different. This is how it works, right? That's cool. I'll get behind it. You see that one, like, that old meme of that, like, orange with the human eyes and, like, mouth on it that's just screaming at people? There you go. Just thought about it, like, wait a minute. It's going to be interesting finding assets for that. I'll say that much. It's not going to be easy to find assets for that. I guess if you just have, like, random fruits or something, maybe? I don't know. So it depends on what you make it, or how you make it. What sort of mechanics do you think? What kind of RPG are we talking here? The lore. As someone who came from the RPG Maker community, let me tell you about the number of people who've told me about their lore that is this incredibly huge, complex thing and never started the game. Never. It's so funny. You're just like, oh, you have a whole language for your game now and the entire history of the world for thousands of years, and you've not made a single map. Not saying you're that way, but it was really funny. It was a kind of a meme in the community. Because, I mean, why do you end up on RPG Maker if not to make some long-winded RPG? Or a Zelda clone. Pretty much the two things. Or, actually, nope. It turns out horror games ironically do better with RPG Maker than any other genre. Just a fun, stupid thing for you. Just saying, just saying. I'm just going to do some copy pasting. I'm lazy. Nice, nice. I need to change these. Refresh node. Refresh all nodes, please. Please be to refreshing nodes. All nodes. Thank you. And then I see. He's got swallowed. Really? Character behaviors. I can get behind though. Action combat's always fun. If I have to play an old style RPG, that's usually what it is. Are you doing like top down? You doing like, you know, like side view? Are you doing like actual 3D? For a while I was actually using Paper ZD to do a 3D version of this with you know, like with sprites, but I switched it to having just models because it looks better. Turn action there. It's not using a summon timer, and there's not going to need to be a summon timer on this, so I can just get rid of that. I might keep a timer in general. Yes, I am going to have a timer, but it's not going to summon a unit. I think what it'll do is let's make it a super attack or something. That's fair. I mean, top down, at least in Unreal Engine, is kind of awkward when you build the maps, because if you use the top-down project, then it doesn't actually, like, you'll click behind where something is, but if you're clicking on it, what'll happen is it doesn't let you like click through it, so it doesn't crack the ground behind it. There's a way to do it, I'm sure, to make it not do that, but the default model doesn't. So you have to like make it so you never have to walk behind any of the models, or if they do walk behind it, they have to be really small, which doesn't work out very well at all. So I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really lend itself very well to the top-down things very well, at least in my experience. People also said that the default project for top-down kind of sucks, and you should actually just use the 3D, like the third-person character project, and then just lock the camera down instead, because it's better programmed than the other project, which I thought was funny. Yeah. Well, I like the base template of, you know, having the like a third-person character. But you could, if you were gonna do like 2D characters, you can use Paper ZD or just Paper 2D and just put a character in there. But like, actually, let me show you. I have a yeah. We both made that mistake. I actually had a kept an image of Paper ZD. See, when I was using it, or not an image, but an animation. Drag it out there so you can see it. So this here is using 2D sprites. This was like one of the initial builds. And it's obviously not great, but you get the idea that you can actually get away with using sprites. And I just had 8 directions for my sprites. So, I mean, that's a cheap way to do it, that you can still do 3D. And Paper ZD is free, so, you know. I mean, you can do it with Paper 2D as well, but Paper ZD does it better because it gives you the animation templates. Yeah. I almost kept it that way, but the simple reality is the number of sprites I was going to need for all the different moves I wanted to do was so high, and making all the animations was going to take so long that it was better to just switch to a model. Initially, though, I had definitely planned to do it different than that. See if I have another one of it. I didn't stick with it for very long, because what I found was it didn't work very well. But I mean, actually, there's another one. Drag that out too. I really need to actually keep track of these things. There you go. Really early versions. Not the highest quality, of course, but you know. This was also using enemies that were sprites. Oh, that was a mechanic that I took out. So, you know. Not the worst. I was gonna have outdoor things like painting worlds originally and everything that were much more complex, but I'm not gonna do that anymore. This was really early on. You could see one of the problems with sprites though with jumping. When I jump and it, like, you could see that it angles funny, and I had to mess with that so that she was always at an angle, because otherwise you'd be looking down at, you know, a flat plane, and that doesn't work. So I really should document my progress better. I just have some old, you know, random things about it. And if you're really, really, really bored, this was the RPG Maker prototype of this game. A top-down version of it. That's right. This was an RPG Maker one. Don't do this in RPG Maker. It was really dumb. Not very good. But what happened is there was a game jam for RPG Maker, and I got bored, and I entered the game jam with this game. So and later on became what I'm working on now. The concept came from it, but now you know. Sometimes you got to make an old RPG Maker game into a real game. Yep, that's my villain origin story for this game. Villain origin story. Now you know. Now I just need an arch nemesis. But since I'm obviously a villain, they have to be the good guy. They get to be lame and boring. No grubbies? Oh, because I had the spawn set to 0. 5. Get a nav mesh too. Yeah. I learned all this JavaScript stuff, and ever since I've been very disinterested in learning any other programming languages because, well, JavaScript is the worst game dev language imaginable. So bad. Oh. You don't gotta be nice. RPG Maker sucks. It's perfectly fine. I know it. That's how I got into game dev. I wouldn't stick with it. I don't recommend anyone use it. It's really bad. Nice. That's exactly what I was hoping for. The little chicken's doing no walking whatsoever. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, like Unreal is a better 2D engine than RPG Maker is for. RPG Maker's not even a good RPG engine. But if you want to make something generic and not what I showed you there, and you have no skill, you really just want to draw tiles, you should still use Unreal Engine because it's free, and RPG Maker is not even free. Like, it's not even free. Why isn't it free? Oh, this is why, because it doesn't have an animation thing. Ooh. Probably needs animation so it moves around. But I don't know. Some people have nostalgia for it. What happened was I think there was like forest fires going on at the time around here, and like the nearby city was like, or nearby town was burning, and it was too toxic to go outside. The air was so bad, so I picked up RPG Maker out of boredom. Started playing with it, and it led to my game dev world here. They look so funny when they walk. Well, the game animation sample? I mean, yeah, I'm using the game animation sample for Poppet's movement, if you could see. Doesn't really work for these guys very well. I mean, the auto retarget is just not very good for characters that aren't really modeled to the UE skeletons. Like, these guys are not modeled to that at all. But there's actually a really cool project. See if I can find it. Oh, okay. Welcome back, VidHue. This is called. This might actually interest you if I can figure out what it was called. EGL. So if you want to get not Alan Wake, it's Uncharted movement. You can join this guy's Patreon and you get this project for like $10, and it includes, well, first off, it includes the simple stuff that everyone's used to, sure. Advance a little bit. Sorted tools and things like that available in there. All that. That's cool. But mostly what's cool is all the random movement things. It's got combat, blah, blah, blah. Sure, whatever. More what I was interested in was... like, he's got the... I mean, Tomb Raider had this too, but... all the ledge climbing, everything like that. There's like a grappling hook. So, comes with all the animations. Yeah. I mean, I paid him the $10 to get it, but integrating it into my game is very difficult because I'm using DAZ models. And... yeah. I mean, I may yet still add some of these things, potentially. I don't know. Mostly I wanted the animations, and they come with those, so that's cool. Yeah. I highly recommend, well, since you've already seen it, I mean, If you're just starting your game and you build off of that, it's pretty good. There were some really jank things he did though for programming that were just like, I don't know about this, man. But I also got the earlier version. I didn't realize it was jank. I should have looked at his Discord first. There's a new, less experimental version that came out. Like, he had something where you had to set a bunch of stuff like preset on the map. Like, we couldn't just spawn the character on there. They weren't like attached to the character. It was, and you couldn't just copy the stuff into your own project. And he had a bunch of C++ crap that he made that I hate when people do that. I wish they just use blueprints. It's very hard to integrate their stuff. Yeah, I mean, when it's not that hard to get one character to use it, like your main character. Yeah, everyone else, it's more. I don't quite understand it terribly well. But I also don't have a lot of characters that have the full skeleton anyway, so most of them couldn't use it if they wanted to. Let's get some attacks here. What are the attacks? Play a game here. We got. This is the most limp-wristed attack I think I've ever seen. He's just like slap, 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 slap. What? This is the you won't like it when my wife's boyfriend gets home. Slap. Like this is so terrible. Oh my god. Why? Oh, there's the other one. Slap, slap. Eh, eh. Yep. Eh, 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 eh. Jesus. Eh, eh. Like he's playing drums on their head. Wow. Color me unimpressed. Like maybe that might be passable. Eh. 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 The person who made this did not account for that you might actually have to do something useful with these. Eh. 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 Oh yeah, these are great. Bonk. 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 I think what this character is going to do is he's going to intentionally move away and then start playing the drums, and the drums will do something. Like, probably just spawn projectiles, right? His entire plan will be retreat, spawn projectiles, and do that. So if that's the case... Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing. I think I just call it spawn projectile, fire projectile. Yeah, okay. Sure. So instead of attack, he's just gonna fire projectile. Or do this one. Fire projectile. Targets himself. I'm one of those weirdos who's doing all of his behaviors in the blueprints. I tried the AI system that people like to show you, and what people often say is it's not good for complicated AIs, which is weird to me. Apparently it's not. You have to call the blueprints anyway all the time in order to tell it to do a lot of things, because you can't do a lot of the animations from those. And also launching projectiles, spawning stuff, it doesn't work very well. So I just was like, well, why don't I just have a parent and then just have all the actions inside of the parent, and then you can just, you know, call the parent to do things. And now that's just what I do. Like all the movements are in there. And you might think, oh, maybe that's kind of weird, but apparently over at Activision, or it was either Activision or Ubisoft, they actually just use blueprints for their AI. They don't actually use the AI system at all. So it's not even unusual, apparently. But I was just like, I understand blueprints. I do not understand this other thing here. Oh, you're making a projectile. I just duplicate this one. And no gravity, doesn't bounce. Get the initial speed like way greater, max speed like or something. One of the things I did when I first got a lot of my models together was to go over to Mixamo and make like a whole dance party with all the crazy animations there. It's important. You need a bunch of animations that do dumb crap. Mixamo's got your back. That's what I'm saying. Mixamo. What am I going to use for the what am I use for it? Let's find something that looks voodoo-y from my collection of stuff. I need more voodoo assets. I almost wanted to fire little mini rubber chickens. I'm just saying. That would be kind of weird. I'm gonna think about it. So if it's like there, he's just gonna roam around over 2,000. If that's there, instead of move to the target, it's gonna be like move away from target, right? Yeah, it's just gonna be a retreat. So actually, no, let's not do it this way. This will be where he does the projectile. Do it like this, and this will be fire projectile. Yeah, I mean, I tested the behavior trees, and I was looking at it, and a lot of people were saying that they're actually just not very good. Like, they're okay for like medium level AIs, but you spend so much time sending information back and forth and all the extra, you know, files to do everything that it's actually just ridiculous the amount of extra legwork that's required. But there's actually still on the lines of 2 other systems they're making for AI that are supposed to be better, but they're all like half baked. And that's kind of what the AI system is. The AI system seemed half baked to me, kind of like a lot of things Epic does, where it's just like it's like, this is a great idea, and they make it, and then they just go to the next great idea, and they forget to finish that one. I like their water system that's built into, you know, Epic, that's just, or built into Unreal, that's just, sometimes it's great, sometimes it's a complete mess. Yeah, I don't know. I realized I had to do so much stuff between the two, and it was just a lot of extra effort, and I'm just like, This idea is going to be pretty simple. It's just going to be based on distances, and if it's within 450, I'm just gonna have it retreat. And this should never ever come up. Yeah. Like when I went and used the PCG graphs. Okay, they seem neat. It's like a whole other programming thing there, but I did a quick one, figured it out. Look, sure. And when I first put it out there, it had pretty good performance. But if you move it at any point, then it changes everything, so you can't build levels around it. So you turn it into a stamp. Okay. Now you get, like, I put one of them on the map and it went from 60 FPS, make it a stamp, 30 FPS on the spot. Like, the performance was trash. And I was like, what is the point of this? It's terrible. I have no idea on Mover. I don't even know what Mover is. But it wouldn't surprise me, like, how long these things have been just sitting there cooking. Gosh, they still have the old AI system. The one that I learned it by accident first, and it like the AI sensing system where it can't unsense things. I learned all about. I set it all up, and then they're like, "Oh, by the way, that's the old one that no one uses anymore. This is the new one." But we've left this in. I'm like, "But why?" Oh, okay. Great. Yeah, I haven't even looked at that. I'm making use of, like, I just did what I could to dump the animation sample on there and said, okay, and then I added in a thing where I could blend at a certain point to do some, you know, default pose changing, or like do half of one and half the other, so I could use like my weapon animations with all the normal movements that they have with this, and it said I'm good. Like, I don't understand so much of what's going on with that. It's just like, huh. Oh, wait. Don't fire yourself. That'd be pretty obnoxious if their projectile is to make more of them. That'd be super annoying. Yeah. But really what I have found the best way to use Unreal Engine, this is what I tell everyone new and just anyone in general. Use only the systems you need and don't learn anything else. If you can leave out a system, do it. They're like, well, this system's so much better if you know it. Yeah, it probably is, but it takes so long to learn all the systems, and there's so many you can't learn them all. And they replace them at a ridiculous rate, or add new ones that you don't just drive yourself crazy. And you don't need this. You don't need PCG. You could just make a map. Weird, I know. You don't need Mover. There's a whole movement system beforehand. I tell people don't learn the AI stuff because you could just do it in blueprints, but that's a me thing. But still, like, there's just so many systems, and you're just gonna drive yourself nuts. Like, there's no way you're gonna learn it all. Maybe if you do it for enough years, but it's just over time, I do that to yourself. If you don't need it, just because it's better doesn't mean you should use it. And take any possible shortcut you can to avoid additional work while still making your game good. Like, if it's a shortcut that doesn't change anything, take it. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's designed to do all these things that you just wouldn't normally do. Like, you know, it's designed for making movies and for, like, you know, doing architecture and just like presentations in 3D and sorry, in virtual reality and stuff. Things you're just not going to use. So it's like, okay, but why? Huh? And that's just the case. It's just a but why? Oh. I put fire projectile on this one like an idiot. I just programmed this all on the wrong one. Okay, now see, don't program it on the wrong one. Close the one that you're not working on. And program it on the right one. Seriously. This will be fire projectile. I guess evade doesn't need to be there. I'll replace launch towards target. You're not going to be launching. I copy paste a lot of stuff, so you know. I mean, there is a character controller for the game. Like, there's always a player controller component that's, you know, available. I do actually have controller support. I put it in here. It does work. If that's anything, you don't have to do a whole lot with that, but I will say this. I love Unreal Engine. I really do. But whoever programmed controller support, the default controller support, is like the worst person I've ever met in my entire life, and like they make me so unhappy. So, like, it works great for, you know, the game, blah blah blah, you know. I can summon things out, do things like that. But normally the menus don't work very well. And you have to, like, you know, do all this extra work to make them work, and oh my god, it takes so much effort. I have it working now. Like, I mean, it works. You don't see me use it very often, but you know. Yeah, this won't work. Did I not put a thing in to change that? I thought I did, so you could actually change. Oh, weird. Did I break it? Huh. I'll have to look into that. Anyway, I got the movement working like that because there's an actual plugin that actually does most of the work for you, so you don't actually have to do anything other than make some, like, change who the parent of your various things is to special types of widgets. It was this glorious free plugin here, so you don't have to sit there and try to figure out how to make it so that you can like the normal way of doing menus with controllers, where you tell it you basically assign variables to every one of the buttons, and then, you know, you have it set where it, like, adds to a variable if it goes in this direction, or adds to, like, another one that goes in this direction, and, like, you do like a grid system, but it's like these two variables tell you which button it is, and then you tell it to light that button up so that it looks like that button's been selected. And based on those variables, then you know, when they click the button, if they click it, then you go, okay, well, now I go, this is the action I perform because this variable is active, the way you would normally do it. You don't have to do that. It saves so much time and effort. It's so worth $0. I spent like 2 weeks looking for good ways to do controller stuff. Common UI exists too, but Common UI is its own, once again, program a whole new system, and I ain't doing it. Oh, this makes it really easy because I'll bring up the things for it. Actually, I put it under UI. I don't know why I have those as a thing. Actually, I'll do... These are all just widgets that are in there like that, and then You just have to make them UI nav components, and it'll automatically go to the next one, and then you can also tell it which ones to go to as well. Like there's this big huge thing explaining like that, so you don't have to do anything special, but otherwise it just automatically moves to the one in that direction as long as it's a UI nav component. That's it. That's what you do. You go up and you reparent the blueprint, and you change it to a UI nav, whichever one, and then you're good. And if it's a nav component, then it'll just automatically navigate to it. I mean, wow. That's it. You can just take your current menu and do that. There's like very few changes you have to make. I had all this special stuff set up, and yeah, it saved so much time. I was just like, you can also set it up to work like it's a mouse too, which I thought about doing, but it feels kind of weird for controlling. Yeah, like before I was trying to find all these jank ways to do it and doing research on all these, forums and stuff. And oh yeah, common UI. Once again, it's like learning a whole new thing. And I had already designed menus, and they're like, "Oh, by the way, you got to redesign it in common UI." I was like, why didn't someone tell me about this before I learned how to do it the other way? Once again, Epic has this thing about never taking out a system, so you might just accidentally learn the wrong system. How was I to know? Like every tutorial I saw about making a menu or a HUD or like that, just use a use a user widget. Okay. Didn't that work out? It was real dumb. Real dumb. But now you know. Don't be like me. Ain't nobody want to be like me on this one. Learn from my mistakes. Use the free plugin. Be happy. Program this in real fast here. Fire projectile if it's greater than 900. Changing the right one this time. I'm just gonna do. Actually, that is. It's fine. I'm not gonna worry about player being already hit. I'm just gonna have them launch these here and then do a delay. But first, we'll just start with the simple. I'm just gonna break this. I might use this in a second, potentially. I recycle a lot of code. Yeah, it was amazing. The Discord's very good. Yeah. That and having to set up a dialogue system were some of the worst experiences that UE has to offer. I have a really good plugin for the for dialogue now that's free that I recommend. What you doing, guys? Launches. Oh yeah. I hate the IK rig system. The new one's much better, but maybe my throat's just a bit sore from all the talking I've been doing. I've been streaming a lot of hours in the last few days, so my throat might be getting kind of sore. It does feel a little. I noticed I've been coughing a bit one few days. I'm just not used to the like 8 hours a day of work and then 5 to 7 hours of streaming. I guess my voice is just having a harder time with it. I'll just talk less at work. That'll show him. We'll switch this. We'll random it. we'll just random it like this. Remove an execution pin? Why aren't you showing it over here? Weird. Whatever. Doesn't matter. So on those ones there, and it'll roam randomly. Maybe we could just retreat. It'll roam. We'll do this. I might actually do this here. We'll stick with that for now. The projectile doesn't work quite right yet, but I'll fix that in a sec. But Iwi is sometimes it's a real pain. Other times it's the greatest thing ever. Just depends. This is my setup so that they'll face the target when they do it. It technically will keep doing it until I tell it to stop doing that, but that's why I have the true false on that. Ooh. Give it a different static mesh. Huh. And throw a chicken at him or something. This is my placeholder thing there. I'm just gonna do chicken. Very important. I'll set the lifetime to be like 300 or something. I already have projectile movement there. I had an ignore option so it doesn't break. How does fire projectile work? Wherever the projectile arrow is? Okay. I just gotta move it farther out so it's not on top of them. I made all these systems a while ago. I just need to remind myself on a lot of it. Oof. Most of the enemies are going to have really simple AIs, so this shouldn't be too hard to do. And I don't need anything too special for them. They don't got to be super challenging. Like, only a boss needs to be that challenging. Most of the regular enemies can be, you know, borderline just, you know, efficient. Like they can just be so stupid, it's unreal. Engine, whoop whoop. Why is it still hitting him? Maybe the projectile's too big. Adjust the sphere collision down a bit. I'll worry about, changing all the extra stuff later. It's just all about, making it work first. Guess I should keep the restream chat up in case people watch on Twitch as well. I stream to both Twitch and that at the same time, so. Why are you people confused? There's something that breaks the action. Alright. Actually, a montage to play, gotta set that. I love the testing thing here. Oh, I can just have him jump. Nah, I want him to play a drum. Yeah, let's play the drum. Well, that the one I want, or do I want... Do that. I don't like the little singular ones very much. Or maybe I could do a singular one, it's fine. It just does that to launch it. I kind of like this bigger, it's just more... There's more to it. Create a montage for it real fast. Then... Montage to play. Doesn't need a default to set that there. And then there we go. Now it'll let me remove them. Before it wasn't doing it at all. It was weird. 290 if false. Oh yeah, if you're too close then. Honestly, this can just be just 0, just have him retreat. I don't think they need to do a whole lot else. Let me expand the life of this projectile too while I'm at it. Didn't have any real problems there. Oh, well, thanks for the sub. Yeah. I stream pretty much Monday through Friday, starting around 10:30 Pacific until, well, I get bored. Or sometimes it's like 5 in the morning. Sometimes. But yeah. Definitely swing by and say hi. Tell me all about your game and what you're doing on it. And, you know, sleep well. If you can't sleep, I'll likely be here. Why are these exploding? Just immediately explodes. Huh. Yeah, they're getting stuck somewhere too. I think everyone should try it. You know, it gets you talking to people, gets ideas, you know, wandering your way. It gets people looking at your game. It's just fun to chat with people. Basically, if at any point you think to yourself, I want to chat with random people, Dreamy's got your back. Just be prepared to talk a lot. Or don't. I mean, some people don't talk at all. It seems, I don't know. Maybe. I don't think that that's... The thing is they're all working off the same logic. Which Patrick has the same thing, and he's firing projectiles just fine. Oh, thanks, Bakuri Aijin. Always good to hear. Small, self-important. Need to investigate these projectiles. I haven't looked at them in forever. Probably something dumb I'm missing. Actually, I guess before I get to the projectiles, I need to investigate why the behavior is breaking. Probably the summon unit thing. They shouldn't even be there. Almost certainly this. Yeah, I'm trucking along slowly. Figure every night I'm either going to make a good portion of a room or I'm going to make at least 1 or 2 enemies, and that's kind of the plan. Balancing is going to take so long. Oh my gosh, it doesn't got to be that balanced. It needs to be fun balanced is what I've decided. Like, you know, it's got to be all about, you know, letting the player find things that are overpowered and letting them do it. Yeah, I usually just have some sort of, like, you know, setting somewhere that I forgot to do. I had it all set up to fire projectiles for everyone. It's the same thing that fires projectiles for the character, also fires them for the enemies, and there's... It's always something I forgot to click. This is every time, it's something I forgot to click. Yeah, thanks for swinging by. I'm gonna solve this mystery. The fact that they're locking it. He stopped. Oh, yeah, he unlocked. He just wanted to sit there for a while. He's just like, I'm sitting here. Exactly. Well, you see, I have a secret weapon that a lot of other devs don't seem to have. I do this for fun. Like, I like this. This is what I do to amuse myself. So everyone else is just like, you know, I gotta make all this money, blah blah blah. You know, and people tell me they hate their games, and no, I like my game. I'm having a lot of fun making it. Also, I need to change the collision on these. It's just funny to watch. You know, it's like, nope, I love my game. I don't want to change. No, I don't. I don't like something. I change it. Huh. So there's no need to quit. Just gonna keep working on it until it's amazing. Or until it's the best I can possibly make it. Within reason. Yes, if you waited 20 years, it'd probably be better, but it's maybe a little much. Oh, weapon owner. That's what it is. I have a thing so that it doesn't slide off the weapon owner. That's what it was. Blah 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 blah. Owner of weapon. But it is registering itself as the weapon owner. Right? Huh. Actually. I'll start with the simple thing here of trying to figure out if that's what the problem is. This is was useful for pretty much every time anyone did anything I didn't want to hit themselves, so I just would tell it, you know, who owned the weapon. Now they own it. So it should not collide on that. Well, time to play the investigating game to figure out what I did wrong. Oh, that's projectile apparent. Well, actually, this is fine. It is marked as an enemy projectile, right? Sure. Maybe it needs a longer life, potentially, too. We'll do like an incredibly long life. So excited. My Twitch now has viewer rewards, which, I mean, not even an affiliate. I was looking at this new thing going, what's this new thing do? What this? Very excited. Yeah, one of the things is just registry, not true. That's where it's breaking at. All right. Isn't this the same thing? No, never mind. This checks for the other actor being itself. This is temporary, so I don't worry about it looking beautiful. What happens? You don't look at your stuff for a million years? You're like, okay, well, what happened here? I don't know. Dumb things happened. That's what happened. Plus one happens, okay. Is it somehow colliding with itself? Print strings can solve all problems. That's my advice to you. Print strings can solve all problems. With enough of them. Just figure out where the flow of information is breaking. Hey, better notes. Probably shouldn't make systems that are so complicated too. I should make ones that are designed for like a projectile for enemies and a projectile for the player to would have made my life a lot easier. I think it's doing it more than once. Keep a screenshot of that. I can investigate it while I look over this stuff here. So, And here's the thing, on false it shouldn't destroy it. So these should be good. Why is it being destroyed? I'll take a quick bio break real fast and think about this. I'll be right back. I had to take a bio break real fast because, well, turns out that drinking all that liquid is a thing that's happening. What I actually need is a true. A lot of coughing and hacking today. I hate to see when it says true. I realize that saying false is good. Like, that's what I want. So at some point it needs to be true. If it's doing that, or if it's hitting something else, but oh. Let's do true. It's just... So it's hitting something else, but what? Yeah, so we can go through all these. It's not going to be any of this crap. That's fine. We're not worried about that. We're not worried about this false either. Really just the true here. We know it's doing that. Where is the true actually happening? It should only destroy on Poppet. Nothing else should actually trigger it. I should do multiple enemies at the same time, so this way I don't have to try to figure out all the stuff because I always forget about it. I haven't done it in like... Yeah, they're just destroying, but they're not destroying because of that. How are they destroying then? Projectile hit. This triggers when something is actually destroyed. And there might be special code on there because I copied it from someone else's thing, so I might double check that in a second because that might be what's happening. Maybe? Fire? Nice, just immediate projectile hit. Hmm. I know it's something really stupid, but I'm just going to go into there and start eliminating all the possibilities. I could put, like, things the whole way, and I might do that really soon here, just, you know, run every step of the way. They're hitting something, but... You know what? Maybe I did something weird on Patrick. I hang my works too, but well, let's create a child. Let's do projectile jump. So You know what? Let me check the collision on this thing here. Maybe it has no collision and that's been the problem all along. Oh, it says collision. Yeah. Unless I turn it off. Just in case there's something wrong with the other projectile that I just can't seem to figure out. Make my life a little easier by just doing a fresh one. Yeah, see, those just work. Something's weird about the others. There were chickens. Little chickens. I should just make a point of just using the main projectiles from now on and not actually doing what I was doing there. So... digging. That's all you need to know. Cheeky. I'm gonna borrow the projectile Patrick thingy and put it off to the side for a second so I can, I just need the destruction particle, right? It blows up in blood and that's perfect. If I have a chicken noise, I might. Yeah, I shouldn't check audio. Not that audio. Chicken. Chicken. Yeah. Wait a second. Wait. Pause that for a second.
Chicken.
Might get annoying real fast. We're gonna test it out though. And I guess there's no chicken death boys. Death noise. Let's slow these chickens down. All right, do this, then this. Get some hot chicken action in here. Man. Ah. I don't know if I like that or hate it. You know this, it seems like it's facing the wrong direction, which is kind of weird. Negative 90 that. And then this here. Move it down a bit. Looks a little better. We're not animating it. We don't question. It's not about animation. It's about sending a message. I almost want to swap the sound, right? Need the flap. I don't want it to be too annoying. You know, it's the thing that having a random chicken that they launch you is kind of funny. Fake chicken. Could have a little plastic chicken. I might do that. Those are chicken. Why are you invincible? I have questions. Wait a second. Is the bitrate messed up? Is something wrong with the stream? He was giving a little warning message. Looks fine to me. I think. Looks good. I don't see a problem anywhere. So. I don't know, sometimes YouTube's just weird in the back end. It just says warnings about things, and it's like, but, yeah. That is definitely very dead on Twitch tonight, but they're pretty well on YouTube. It's nice to have the two, because, you know, just having access to something to talk about. I don't need this crap anymore. I never figured out what was wrong with that projectile, but it doesn't really matter. Because it works. Ugh. Yeah. I was gonna do something to them. Forgot. Also, while I'm at it, I need to make some quicker changes on this one. Oh, simple collision. Actually, relatively okay. Okay, it's not that. Oh, actually, it looks close enough. I don't see anything egregious on it. Might be terrible, but then yeah. Placeholders until I have better later. Definitely gonna limit the things you can grab hold on to, like, you know, as you know what I could do on these traversable blocks? I could put them on everything and then just have them be a specific surface, so that they always know when they see that surface they can grab it. I hate this idea. One of the biggest problems I have is, you know, having to constantly shift it in there to make it work, but what if it was just always like a black surface you could grab or something, you know? Huh. And this way I don't have to try to explain why they can grab certain things, or have to constantly put them everywhere. I can just put that on top anywhere they can grab. I like that idea better. I really do. First I wasn't certain, but now I kind of like it. I can see it. Because I got to do a bunch of ones otherwise. And that might not be worth it. That's going to require me to make a whole lot of extra blueprints that I'm not sure I want to make. But what if I use something along these lines? That is a tileable material. It just looks okay. Maybe the instant wallpaper. Let's make it visible. Hidden. It's hidden during game. Yeah, get rid of that. And then this way you always can see where you can jump. Might not be a bad idea. I might pick something different than these though, but just something so you can tell you can jump up there. Attempt to jump up there, yeah. I don't like that idea. Then now it's perfectly fine. She's standing on it, and I don't have to make anything special. I kind of like that. It's almost genius. The amount of time that can save, while still also having an indicator of what they can and can't jump on, or can and can't pull themselves up on, is pretty good, I assume. No lights over there. I almost think the table lamps are too big. I might default them all to 8. Oh. I never changed their scale at all. Alright, alright. This. Nothing important. Everyone does notifications too for what I'm doing here, so both my camera and, well, my phones. I do like the idea of having this thing here. This should be hidden in game. That's interesting, because then that shows you exactly where you can jump. Definitely going to use this. I like this idea. It's the yellow paint idea. Because you see red there, you know exactly where you can jump. I might not use red. I might do something. I'm just testing various ideas to figure out where is jumpable and isn't. I don't like that. Also doesn't even go to the end. This does solve a big problem, though. I can pick one out that actually looks good. I want something clear. Do black, I guess. Black's not very easy to indicate though. It looks nicer than some of the options. I just can move it off the screen and then just change them as I see fit. I don't like that. I have all these ones to choose from here. I don't think I like the carpet ones. They're all kind of mediocre. Not too bad looking. That could just be such a good idea for the level block traversable, like, you know, just to literally change it some material so that it's something I can put on top of any shelf and have it be fine. Doesn't go to the end there. I think I'm gonna do that. That's just so good. And down here too. Just shows everywhere you can go. It's so easy. Downside of red is it's just kind of blends in though. Red might not be the best choice. What's a good indicator? I guess I can make it slightly of it. Oh shit. It doesn't look emissive at all. Doesn't seem to do what I want it to. Hey, Mike. Yeah. I had a huge amount of chatting before this, too. The last handful of days have been doing very good for me. I mean, I'm up to, what, 234 subs on, you know, YouTube? Like, plus 8 subs, and then I'm up to, I think, 23 followers on Twitch now. I mean, picked up quite a few. Check my stats here. Yeah, I picked up 6 followers in the last 3 days. Actually, last 4 days, because I didn't stream one of those days. So it's been pretty good. I mean, I've been just getting more and more people to look at it and go, that's really cool. Blinded, how's it going? Yes. That's progress. I now had the genius plan here of making these level block traversables have a look to them, so this way every time you see this type of material, you'll know you can jump on it. Yeah. If I can get more people to actually, I'm almost halfway to like affiliate level for Twitch at this point. That's pretty good. I'm like, wow. Like that's impressive. How easy it is by comparison to YouTube. YouTube is an abomination when it comes to that sort of thing. I'm just saying. Oh, now you really know where you could jump. It's on fire, everybody. Oh no. Thanks, I hate it. Nobody wanted on fire. That one's not too bad. That one's something more noticeable though, right? But not so noticeable that you hate yourself for having looked at it. Yeah, 2D has some simple things. ZD's really all it does is add the ability to use the animation blueprints. I mean, that's basically it. This is not what I can jump on. Where is it? Is hidden in game on it or something? Hidden? No? Huh. Oh, he's a really bright one for a second. Yeah, like... all it really does is make it so you don't have to try to figure out which direction it's currently facing if you're going to do a bunch of animation things. But if you're just going to do two directions, it's not even that necessary. It does work, it's just the other one didn't work right. And you would really know where you could jump. It looks really hideous that way. I was trying to find a tiling thing that just works really good for acting as an indicator. Not so ugly that I can't stand looking at it all the time. I'm looking for my own yellow paint, basically. The Resident Evil yellow paint. I guess that's a pretty solid indicator. It's pretty ugly, though. Oh, yeah. You can easily do Paper Mario in Unreal Engine. It's just so easy. It's like it's meant to be. Nice, nice. And you gotta learn those plugins. Make it work. Make it rain. I'm gonna use this instant wallpaper until I find something better. I think it's the nicest looking one. And I'm just gonna use this everywhere for my things to let it know that I can jump on them. Next thing I need is targeting. Oh yeah, the whole walk left, walk right thing is so easy. Like you don't even need to, like you can even do 3D. Like a lot of people will do that and they'll just have the character still be moving left or right while walking through and forth in the background. It's weird. It's what they do. RM plugins are usually like that are usually notoriously difficult to use. I'm always in shock at how much people are willing to put into it. I'm like, Jesus, you got this, man. I believe. Close the projectile. Mistakes were made. That actually solved a very big problem there. None of the tarot stuff there. Table lamp, don't need that. Oh yeah, I know what I want to change. NPC here. Target actor is what I need. Get target actor. can spell. I swear. World transform on that. That's fine. I like that. And I'm gonna get the world. No. Get direction, I believe. What is the command for this? Lookout rotation. It's a... player, blah, blah, blah. I'm still working on that. Face the target. Oh, yeah, yeah. This is what it was. I forgot. We'll try it like this. I might want to have a thing where some are like, you know, aim and some just fire randomly, but I think shooting at the player is better. Or maybe using that plugin will help you learn the engine more thoroughly. Can't hurt. Oh my gosh, a Metroidvania ARPG project? In MZ? Jesus. 100 hours of work ruined? Yeah. Just gotta remember to back stuff up there, Blinded. You know, I'm just saying, if you back the stuff up, each day you just have a backup. I used to keep like backups as much as like a month back or something when I was doing my project, just in case, because I didn't want to lose everything. I got very good at fixing things. Like, you can actually go into the code and you can fix a lot of things. Like, you can edit all the various JSON files to fix any bug. So even if your stuff gets corrupted, you could fix it. Now, nobody wants to do that, which is why I keep backups. This will hopefully make them fire at me no matter which height I'm at. I need so many embellishments in order to make this look good. Yep, there we go. Now I can't hit him yet, though, so something's wrong with that. Always something else. I think it's just missing a tag. Blah, 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 blah. Let me get the weapon parent. At least I know the problems are, you know, something I made. I can always, you know, figure it out because I made like all this, so you know. Oh gosh. That's when you have to go in and edit their plugin. Oh man. Screw that noise. Ain't nobody want to do that. That's actually why I ended up not using other people's projects for Unreal Engine. I didn't want to have to try to figure out how they program stuff because I remembered all the time that I'd spent on RPG Maker trying to figure out how they program stuff. And it just... It's like I have PTSD for trashy programming. in RPG Maker where I'm just like, no, no. I'll make my own trashy programming, thank you. So if you use a WYSIWYG, you can usually figure it out pretty quickly. Just they usually have helper things. They can explain everything. Enemy weapon. Actor has to have tag enemy. Problem. He probably doesn't have the tag enemy. Doesn't show tags between all the different stuff. Oh, it's Stitch Drummer. That should be the only I need. Oh yeah. I mean, no. I don't ever fault them for giving you free stuff. I mean, the animation stuff they made it's free. Definitely was half-baked, but it was free. There we go. Boing, boing, wee. Oh no! Oh, I didn't even put the death thingies in here. Yeah. This is why I'm sticking with, you know, an engine developed by Americans. You know, it's in English. I'm past using little trash engines anymore. I'm learning one engine. It is the best engine. Watching little trash companies like GGG do a terrible job is not worth it. Also, this is my, you know, what was originally going to be my greenhouse map. Now it's my, like, safari map. But I got so excited that I built this map too. And it's got a giant pool. And I'm building underground ruins in it too. Just saying. Got secret areas, decks everywhere, hidden pathways. And I was like, listen, I like these maps. So yet again, I made another map. One pops out into here, and it's got this pool where you're going to fight a boss. You're on a pirate ship. And then it's got all these crazy, you know, pathways through here, decks to get everywhere. Like the ultimate tree fort, basically. Goes up to here. I got all my planner boxes out here. I haven't finished this room yet. Figured I'd work on programming first, and then later on when I was too, you know, programmed out, I would do the graphics. Yeah, you know, UE's, it does everything. Animation can definitely be a thing. I don't know, like, they keep making it easier and easier. The two things I've had the worst problem with in UE, and you're just never going to love your life when dealing with them, was controller support in the menus. Which I did find a plugin that actually helped out big time on that. Called UI Navigation, which I recommend everyone use, because when you go to make your own menu, you'll quickly discover that it is this basically eliminates the need to use a lot of the extra programming, and it's free. So this thing here, all you have to do is just reparent your widgets to the UI nav widgets, and it just does all the controller support for you in the menus. It's very handy. And then the other thing was a dialogue system. You can make your own dialogue system, I guess, but I never liked any ones I made. The one I ended up with, though, I believe is Dialogue Tree. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, Dialogue Tree was the easiest one to set up. And it has a dialogue system like this, so you can actually just do things like that. But they've taken the most work out of anything. I'm going to go ahead and exclude Daz, because it's not Unreal's fault that Daz is annoying. So any Daz problem I ever had, that's not on them. No. But I definitely learned that those two things gave me a lot of trouble. That's only if you want like an actual dialogue system, like RPG Maker's dialogue system. If you just want to put dialogue on the screen, that's easy. But if you want to make full-on choices, they remember stuff, variables and all that, building your own takes forever. And that one didn't. So you only use those two plugins. You can shortcut a lot. There's other dialogue systems. I haven't seen another navigation thing that handles controller support, though. I can't believe that thing was free. I was jumping for joy. Also, when you go to package your project, be prepared for that. Be prepared to travel to Reddit and try to solve the mysteries of what things are broken. But that's super far down the road. And usually it's not that big of a problem. There's nothing I can tell you to help you with that, though. It's just literally, you just gotta, it depends on, it's a use case every time. Like, just, your use case is different than other people's. So what do I want to do to make these more interesting? Yeah, it is a thing. Definitely a thing. I don't know if these guys need to be more interesting. They're just a regular idiot. There's nothing special about them. They're literally just an enemy that runs away if you get close. They run away slowly and they fire chickens at you. I could try to pull up some sound effects for them, but I'm not really worried about embellishments at the moment. More of just generic things there. So I don't think they're going to do anything special. I think I'm just going to move to the next enemy. It's a Metroidvania. Not every enemy needs to be boss levels of complicated, you know? Not everyone needs to be Patrick. Yes. I will show you the current greatest thing of beauty I have going on right now, and that is Patrick's current AI thing. This is Patrick's AI. He has an information gathering phase, which dictates a lot of his stuff there and changes the battle phase. That's where the player is. And then he has his first battle phase where he taunts you, and then he has, depending upon his health, changes his battle phases, and he has different behavior patterns that get more and more complicated as it goes. Also, he doesn't need this. I was very excited by this one here, and I figured out the best way to program it. Just make the most complicated one possible with the most things there, and then for each phase, just cut things out. Like, do it in reverse. I was like, well, how many make it more complicated? Cool. It's like, but why didn't I just have this really complicated one and then just say, okay, well, in this new phase, he no longer does this, and he no longer does that. Basically, you design one encounter, and then you just cut things out. Oh, the new Godot thing? Well, that's because the other Godot went woke and started banning all its people, including people who were paying them money. Why would you do that? These people like, just work on the engine, don't do politics. And one guy was paying him $100 a month. You ban a guy paying you $100 a month? Because he wants you to work on the engine? I'm pretty certain at $100 a month, he has earned the right to ask you to work on the engine. Yeah, that's a lot. My advice is if you get burned out, just do something besides game dev temporarily and come back. Don't game dev another engine, then you're just wasting a bunch of time and going to be burnt out on game dev by... How do you take a break from game dev by doing game dev? Just saying, that makes no sense. Not currently anything. Guess I don't hate Patrick's AI. But yeah, like it's like Rideau or something like that. And it's just the same thing, only they're just going to focus on, you know, the engine and not politics. And in this day and age, it's basically a death knell to things to be woke. So yeah, I highly advise against it. Like, they just released another game that came out, was it like Unknown 9 or something like that? And it has like 1/3 the players of that Concord game because it was so woke, everyone hated him for it. And they were telling the players, if you don't like it, don't buy it. He didn't buy it. Oh, we'll see. I mean, you know, game devs are notoriously demanding. Yes. I could add a taunt in for him. I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. I don't want to work on Patrick right now. It's annoying to test for Patrick. He has a lot of things he does in his time, so, you know, I don't really want to do it. I could work on the Voodoo Mama. Hmm? Yeah, exactly. Like, insulting your customers is just the stupidest thing imaginable. Why would you do that? Like, there's plenty of games out there. They could just not play your game. These people who make these games act like they're, you know, there's no other choice. That is not true. There is a lot of other choices out there. Also, if you believe that, you know, making your game full of ugly chicks is a good idea, it's not. It's really not a good idea. I mean, if all your characters are like, you know, underage, sure. But even then, you should still try to make people who are visually more appealing. Like, don't make a land whale. If you put women in there, don't give them square jaws and make them look like guys in drag. Don't do it. Or Korea's going to come along and put, you know, really hot chicks in their games, and people are going to buy the hot chick game. Wouldn't you? Seriously, like, wouldn't you do this? Makes no sense not to. And Twitch was popping last night, and there's like no one on Twitch today, and it's YouTube that's popping tonight. It's so weird. Look at the Voodoo Mama. I think I'm gonna borrow Patrick's setup here and then change the Voodoo Mama around a little more for like Patrick. She used to be the most complicated one. Times have changed. Yeah, she only has one character behavior phase. I think I'm just going to copy this whole setup here. Yeah, I don't hate this idea. This is kind of boss levels of information gathering. Originally, this was going to be the model for Voodoo. I don't even know if I might make that the thing or not. Maybe. Copy paste. And they're like, oh, you do the AI system, so it's modular. Look how modular that was. I just copy pasted it. Perfect. As modular as it comes. It's important now because now I can have different percentages dictate what battle phase it is. I'm just going to create that on the NPC. If everyone else is going to need it, I might as well just have it on here. In the air. Is there a replace option? There should be a replace. Replace variable with fine. Trying to make an AI that's smart enough to know that they're in the air or they're standing on something or they're protected is harder than you think. Definitely a challenge. Oh, replace references right here. That's not going to do what I want. Find all the references to this. This is just my fault for not having done it in the first place. I'm just going to say it. It's just my fault. Good news is it'll just tell me where they're all at. I love you, E. You're typing this crap out, you know? Now everyone can, well, easily just tell if it's in the air. Like, I don't have to do that variable every time. Because all the bosses are going to want to know if it's in the air. I'm so notorious for not wanting to type things out. Battle Phase 1. Eventually this is going to be the work of beauty. Oh, Unreal Engine, why are you amazing? It's so colorful. This yellow bugs me. Guess it can be green this time, sure. Don't make the thinking thing, or actually not even thinking. This is let's just call it character behaviors on the other one. Let's just call it character behaviors. I end up coming up with better methods and then having to propagate them back through the other methods, or the other ones I've done. I guess I should bring up the actual restream chat. Happens on Twitch. I've been reducing my programming skill with each passing moment. Very little. But upping my creativity skill, so this way I'll be able to switch to doing just level design. Pretty much every night I want to work on like one whole room or make 1 to 2 enemies and just be happy with it. Depends on how complicated the enemies are. They're a bunch of little dopey enemies. A lot of it's just going to be setting up the animations. It's not even worried about anything else. Probably way to change the color of them too so I can recycle some enemies, because let's be real here. I ain't rich. I'm just saying, I ain't rich. You know, it's just not. So the bosses need more attacks, right? That's what they do, most attacks. All the battle phases are going to go to this. Do I have a reset action on here yet? Wow. F that. Yeah, this is just leading directly up to that. So let's ditch all that garbage. That's fine. The more code I can copy paste, the more I can get away with not having to do a bunch of crap. Just redo it like I was doing before. Oh yeah, visual scripting. It's so much easier. Oh my god. I still get C++ devs who wander in here saying, oh, you should use this, blah, 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 because, you know, reasons, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no. Like, but it's marginally faster. You could get your game to run on a 1080. I'm like, listen, man, I'm using Lumen. My game ain't running on a 1080. I'm sorry, it's just not. Lumen is not efficient. It is not running on a 1080. I've already accepted that you need to have a pretty good computer to play my game. Because when it looks like this, you can't get away with garbage. Yeah, everyone else, it's weird. Like, all the other engines, like, Unity's discontinuing, from what I've been told. So they're not even going to use visual scripting anymore. Why? Who's going to pick up Unity over Unreal at that point? Why would you do that to yourself? If you're already a coder, sure, but most people aren't coders. I don't want to learn C#. I may eventually learn some C++ with Unreal. Maybe. I don't know about that. Definitely, John. I'm just doing blueprints. 100%. No questions asked. Blueprints for everything I can use blueprints for. I ain't crazy. I am crazy, but crazy like a fox. I had to say it, sorry. I don't know what this character is going to use as a taunt action. Yeah, blueprints are... I mean, I guess you could go learn C++ if you want. I don't want to. I just don't want to. I'm good. There's already enough systems in here. I don't want it anymore. I'm just going to learn the important stuff. Oh, yeah. 2D, huh? Using Paper ZD, or you, using, just Paper 2D? Either. I actually tested Paper ZD at one point. This is my version of the game with Paper ZD. This was a sprite character I was using. This was a long time ago. Like an early test, but, you know. You can make 2D characters look pretty decent in a 3D world, even. I mean, obviously the chess pieces aren't, but the character itself is, so. Obviously, the new version looks 1,000 times better than this crap, but, you know. Still. Didn't look bad. Just the new version looks awesome. Well, ZD is really awesome if you plan on doing 3 dimensions, I find. And the reason it's awesome is because it basically gives you access to animation blueprints, which is, you know, something you just don't normally get. That's pretty cool, man. I like that. That changes it. That if you already know how to use animation blueprints, it's really nice to not have to sit there and program in little timers for every single thing like you do for Paper 2D. For my first project I tested, I did learn to use Paper 2D. We're pretty much blinded. So many engines claim to be Buena-friendly, but they aren't. Yeah, they definitely aren't. They're just walls of code. Even RPG Maker's got so many things that are not user-friendly. Those plugin, actually those event commands are very confusing to new people. I know I've tried to teach people RPG Maker and it was a nightmare. I wouldn't worry too much about it, John. I mean, you know, here is my game in, I will do a fight and I'm using blueprints and I'm streaming and, you know, it's got all, oh, well, here's my pretty world out here. Yay, pretty world. We live in this crazy world. Anyway. I'll show you done entirely in blueprints so you can get an idea here. I mean, you know, pixel or hand-on, either way works. You know, whatever gets the job done. Whatever stylistically works. Because I think just having a good style is better than being the most graphically impressive game out there. Like, I'm not aiming for super realism. I'm aiming for a stylized look. Yeah. Ow. It's Patrick. It's a bit laggy due to the fact that I'm streaming, but actually, let me close up all the other additional windows because those also require a bunch of resources from the engine itself. This takes a screenshot of whatever you're doing at the time, so I try to get fun pictures. Ow. Go away from me. Get in one of the other phases. I gotta pull another weapon out here. I have triple damage on. If I could fight, you jerk. You run away. Eh. I can fight. Stop jumping over my weapon. Suck. And he starts spitting things after a while. Every once in a while it triggers the invincible frames even though it's not supposed to. I wonder why. This recovers health at the price of her sanity. Ow. Stop being so mean. But it's still a bit laggy due to the fact that I have so much going on my computer at the same time, so. Wail on him, wail on him. When I'm not streaming, I get about 40 FPS. When I am streaming, though, I do not get 40 FPS. So, that kind of sucks, but... yeah, Unreal Engine's awesome. You just do cool things with it, and... I'm definitely working on a... like, just... don't be afraid to shoot for the stars in Unreal Engine, because, you know, you can do things in Unreal Engine that are just awesome. And, yeah, I mean, why not do them? Why not live the dream? Why not make a game that's amazing? Currently working in these rooms because I was making more enemies, but then I was like, oh, I'm going to make this, improve this one enemy. The enemy I'm currently working on is this one. Right now, I have a whole bunch of these geometry meshes that are really intensive. There's over 100 of them on the map. They're also affecting my frame rate. All I have to do is turn them into static meshes, but I don't want to do that yet because I keep moving them around because all the walls are made out of them. So it makes it so you can create assets, basically, by creating essentially two shapes. You create a positive shape and a negative shape, and when you merge them together, only the positive shape shows and the negative shape is taken away from that. You're not moving? Aren't you moving? I just did a quick change on this character and I think I forgot to do something. Back to cleanup phase. I'm copying from my much better oh yeah, random delay on cleanup. I forgot about that. based on the battle phase, it changes the thing like that. I decided to do all my AI and blueprints, which is I think easier than learning the AI system. Maybe that's just me. Did I make all the assets? I made some of them. Like I made the main character Poppet. I made Tinka, who's a character that's a ghost that lives in paintings. He's got a painting world that you can travel to get between worlds, and you can also send other toys to that. I made some of the toys. I mean, I made this one over here. And this is the painting world out in space, and it's crazy. I made this fine gentleman. That's a thing. Poppet's pretty well lit up at the moment. I need to work on her lighting a bit better because she's kind of has terrible lighting. I made her. Some stuff are like made out of assets and half made by me, half not. Pretty common. Oh yeah, like get the monthly stuff for UE every time. Boing, boing. And I made Tinka here. Ghost lives in the paintings. He's the resident hottie. Gotta have her in here. Very important. This character, I don't know if I'm keeping, but I did make this one. She's supposed to be the leader of the Voodoo Dolls, but I just don't like how she looks yet. She just doesn't look quite right. Also, I ran into sanity and died. She's got a weird looking face. Bugs me. I don't like it. She's just not that cool. Her AI is all messed up. I don't know about her. I made some other characters too. I did not make the sheriff. Blah blah blah. I did make Violet. I made a lot of the female dolls, basically. The main characters. Oh yeah, like there's so many hats you gotta wear for this. Like the best advice I offer everyone who's doing UE is just to pick the systems you need and don't use the rest. If you can not use a system, like just because it sounds good, doesn't mean you should use it. Use what you know. If you need a system, learn it. Otherwise, UE has so many systems designed for so many different things, you shouldn't get into it. Like, I mean, it's like for things like, you know, for like for movies, animation type creation, for you can edit skeletons in there, you can do architecture stuff, you can do VR stuff. You don't need any of that crap. You don't need a PCG system. Like the whole graph system to generate levels, you don't need that. It's a whole new like system you got to learn. You could skip that. You don't need it. You're making a 2D game especially. You don't need that. I would definitely look at that, and then just if you're looking for the assets, like all the free assets, get the monthly stuff, and then check out Humble Bundle, because right now Humble Bundle has like that Cinti bundle or something like that. That's like a bunch of low poly assets, and it's like $30 or $25 or something like that for like a couple $1,000 worth of content or something stupid. You have whole worlds out of that. It's crazy. Yeah, it's gotta wear many hats in this. I made Violet too. She needs to work because the model doesn't work quite right. And you can tell by the fact that the little like stuff on her doesn't work right. There's a lot wrong with her. A bunch of characters look better in Daz, and they look terrible in this. And I need to go through and try to get them to work in this. Don't work right. There might be some animosity towards Daz right now. Just saying. Just saying. I mean, I use Humble Bundle all the time at this point. Like, I got, like, it's good right, for music, especially sound effects. I don't know. I would save for some of those Humble Bundles. I mean, like, some of the assets are incredible. It depends, though, because since I need really specific stuff, a lot of the Humble Bundles, I just go, well, is it steampunk? No. Does it involve dolls? No. Does it involve toys? No. Is it like 1920s, 1930s era? No. Okay, I probably can't use it. That's pretty much how it goes. I just can't use it. Sucks to suck. That happens a lot. My sad world. But yeah, for the music stuff, like even the music I'm listening to right now on here is all stuff that I have that's, you know, I have the copyright to use in whatever I want, so I can just, I paid to use it. I just use it as stream background music because silence sucks, but I also use it for game music too. Some of the stuff, like, I pay for the assets because the time it would take to make those assets is disgusting, and the amount that it costs is so low by comparison. Like, it's like, I would buy like a big Humble music pack that would have like, you know, 500 tracks, and it's $25. You can't make 500 music tracks for $25. Sure, other people might have used them too, but the odds that, like, most people buy this stuff and never use it in the game, so you're really not out much. And if someone did use it in the game, whatever. I can't afford unique stuff very often. I save unique stuff for like the main character. Like Poppet's a unique unique character. Tinka's a unique character. Many of the females you fight are unique, but everything else is often just gleaned from free stuff. As free is good. Free is good. I'm just gonna put the taunt phase as this real fast, and then if that fixes her. Yeah. I would consider like making my very own unique tracks, but I also don't think I have any talent for it. With 0 experience, I don't expect to be very good, so. She's just not moving, is she? No, she attacks, but she doesn't move. There is a nav mesh down, right? Like, well, the other ones are moving, all right? Nav mesh, please. There is certainly a nav mesh down. Nav mesh is not tall enough, though. That's interesting. You fix that. Why are these blocking the nav mesh? Like, it should be going way up there. That doesn't look right. The other ones are walking over it. I don't know. It'll be fine. I think it's just a visual bug. Oh yeah, I looked in the mocap stuff, the cheapest options, and it was like a few $1,000s to get started, and it wasn't very good what you mocapped either. It's mostly for VTubers sitting in a chair, not like, you know, animating yourself jumping around like a crazy person. Rotoscoping. I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna look it up because when it comes to cutscenes, I'm gonna have to do something. I don't know what yet. I'm not gonna look that up on stream though, because if I do that, then that's Potential copyright infringement. Nobody likes that. Saying it should be like 100. I don't need to be huge. 150. So we have this going quickly. Romance mocap. Well, there you go. I think I was just gonna ape more of a comic style, kind of like Alice Madness Returns did. I really don't want to be I'm not doing full anything cutscenes. That's just probably not happening because it's simply gonna take too long for me to do. I know how long cutscenes take. We'll see what's available. Like it's the low priority. I'd rather cut story out of the game and just make the game super fun than other things. I had to pick. I should. Yes. I mean, horror games are great. They're great for reacting. They're quick to make by comparison because they don't have to be very long. I mean, nothing wrong with a horror game. I considered going horror. Because horror is, I mean, I'm already doing something very close to horror in the first place, right? I need to see what she's thinking. Finally figure out what a woman's thinking very easily. Putting a print string on her. Very important. Oh yeah, RPG Maker sucks for horror. I know that like, it can usually do better than RPG games do, but they're just not doing anything. Huh. Character behavior, sure. Doesn't equal dead. I imagine it doesn't. I'm assuming she's screwing up here. Oh yeah. When it comes to horror, one of the big secrets is never reveal the bad guy until you have to. Or like whatever the thing is that they're supposed to be afraid of. Wait as long as possible. I like to use an explanation of if you've ever seen The Nun 2, like that, there's it's not particularly even remotely scary because you've seen the nun. The nun shows up really early, but the scariest part in the whole thing, or like the most creepy part I should say, is boy kicks this ball down like these stairs into like a basement area, and it's like, okay, cool, there's an open door that's basically just like, he goes in the basement after the ball, gets the ball, kind of kicking it around, and there's an open door that's just black, like you can't see anything in there, and the boy accidentally kicks the ball through that door, and then something kicks the ball back. That's the creepiest part of the whole movie, right there. That one scene there. You don't know what's behind the door. You don't know what's in the darkness. All you know is that something is clearly there, and it sent the ball back. But if the nun had been standing there and kicked the ball back, it would have been funny. So, there's the difference. Like, lights on, it's funny because you have some demonic nun kicking a soccer ball back, which looks retarded. And if the lights are off, it's the darkness kicking the ball back. You don't know what's in the darkness. Could be anything. That's scary. you know. And I mean, and that's why like in that same type of series, the second it was the second Annabelle movie was the creepiest one because all too often you never saw what was coming. It was often represented by darkness and like tension. That something was about to grab the kid, but you never saw Annabelle running around. Like, it was very unusual. And the only times you'd ever see anything happen with Annabelle would often be as soon as you looked away and looked back, she would have changed her position. You didn't see her change her position. You don't know if she moved or if someone moved her. But other times, you'll just hear noises like something is coming. You can't see what it is. Like, they had her like some little girl laying on like this top bunk. And as you start to see like the shadows get dimmer and everything like that, and you start to hear like something thumping on the ground like it's walking, but you can't really see it. She looks, she can't see anything, and she goes back and hides in her bed, and you can hear it again. If she saw what was coming for her, I mean, there's a threat there, but it's not the same as having no idea. I really think that that's just what a lot of people just, they don't do. It's why slasher horror films kind of suck. Like, I find them really comedic. They're not unsettling or anything like that. It's like, yeah, whatever, there's ketchup everywhere. It's funny. But it really is just the unknown. So the second you show you should wait until basically the climax to show your bad guy. If you have a bad guy. If it's a nebulous force doing something, sure. But otherwise, it's just like once you let that cat out of the bag, it's not going back in. So I've actually had some horror elements to this with the ghost girl and all that. And if I show you the ghost girl, she has no... I mean, she's huge. Like, a prime example. She is huge by comparison to poor little Poppet here. I'm going to turn this off. I have so many things going on. My poor computer is just hating my guts right now. Come on. Like, I mean, if you see, she is massive by comparison to poor Poppet here. But she's not particularly creepy right now. Other than him being just giant. And she's currently set to fly and look at you. Not creepy. But, if she was acting like, some sort of a ring ghost up in a corner in, like, the darkness, and you just saw her eyes looking at you periodically, and then you went to look and she wasn't there anymore. Like, let's just say she's, like, holding herself up here like Spider-Man in this corner of this wall here. And you just see her eyes. Looking. Following you. And then you run over here, and then you look, and those eyes are gone. And there's nothing here. How much more interesting is that? I was actually going to have her crawling along in this room. There's an animation pack I want to buy that has all this stuff. And have like no real lights like that, and you have to jump up on these, and you just see eyes looking up at you from the darkness. I'm going to put unnatural darkness down here too, so you can't really tell. So this way, it's hey, wait a minute, something's weird here. And if you fall down there, then it's just an instant kill. So like, she's going to be effectively a roving death trap. Basically like a jump scare, except for, most of the game is a Metroidvania. It's just that whenever she's around, she is just a roving death trap. Because I can't have many death traps in a place that's built to be functional. I mean, water kills Poppet until she gets the Emperor to protect her. But most of the time, there's nothing that actually just instant kills her. So or like damage zones, there aren't many. Like, there could be a fire, like in a fireplace, she could jump in and hurt herself, but that's kind of it. There's not a lot of places that could hurt her. So that's my roving thing there. Sweet Home 1980 something? Huh. I'll have to make a note of that one. 1989, okay. Yeah, there's a movie, it's called 1408. And it's pretty good at that, because the whole time you have no real idea what it is. That's like, the guy is in a room, and in the words of Samuel L. Jackson, it's a the room itself is, well, I can't remember his exact words, but basically the room itself is what's haunted. And so all these weird, creepy things happen, and you never really know, and it's just kind of like messing with your mind, or trying to. But because they never really reveal what the problem is, like what the thing is, there's always a suspense to try to figure out what this is. I will also automatically stay in any room that is labeled 1408 if I ever get the option. I'm just saying. But yeah, it's a fun one. I like the lead up to it. Like the lead up to the whole going into the room is a good time. All that part there. I mean, it's just a good movie in general for, you know, horror, because it's not cheesy at any point. I mean, when you first watch it, there's like startling moments, or just moments that keep you go, They don't really, but if you look up on YouTube, there's actually something like 4 different alternate endings that range from like, there's the canon one where he blows the place up, but then there's one where there's a couple where he survives, including one where like it turns out like one where it like turns out to have all been real and everything like that. Other one is like not. Like, look it up. Like they actually had multiple endings. Can't remember all of them, but they actually, on the director's cut or something like that, included all of them, so you can see the actual endings that they had. And the best one, as one of the ones where he survives. I won't spoil exactly what happens in it, but it is so much creepier when you see that ending and go, why didn't it end this way? It's much more of the whole, like, you know, just that it just screws with your mind. It's way better than, you know, he destroys the room and, you know, stays there forever haunting what's left. Okay, cool, I guess, but that's too much of a good guy ending to a horror thing. That's the problem. Like, I don't like it when some sort of supernatural thing is defeated so easily. Yeah, definitely look them up. I mean, they're on YouTube. A bunch of them. You probably have just whole things of them, and you can definitely. I would watch them on there, but I would just get copyright claimed, so I'm not doing that. I would watch them on stream and show everyone. No. YouTube midstream copyrights you. They will do it. I've had it happen before because I watched 30 seconds of Sword Art Online abridged. Mistakes were made. Never do that. I thought it was safe because it was an abridged, so therefore they had already put a video up of it. No, not safe. Not safe at all. No. Yeah, like horror things, like it's I definitely am thinking that, like, I really don't want to. I want to introduce little things that are wrong here. Like, the place is haunted, but I don't really want to introduce, you know, the ghost girl very quickly. I just want her to be around and just kind of to take where you have this, you know, almost kind of wondrous exploration, and occasionally add a hint of fear in there, like something's wrong, you know, just to keep you on your toes. Yeah. I don't like it when the horror is defeated. It's much more fun if they simply manage to escape, but the horror is still out there and potentially still coming for them. Or sometimes you get the whole Lovecraftian horror where it's literally, there is no winning. But I don't know if I like that there is no winning that much, because it's hard to have a story where it's just constantly them losing. Because where does it even go? What is the story at that point? Like, if there's no end goal for the story, it doesn't make much sense to have one. But I like them to succeed in largely just escaping but never truly destroying it. We'll use the Annabelle example again, because, you know, let's say if you take Annabelle and throw her in a fire and she's just gone, that sucks. That's no fun. But what did they do with the haunted doll? They put it in a crappy box and locked it. Now the doll can potentially get out at some point, because someone could unlock it. That's way more interesting to me than throwing it in the fire. Should they have thrown it in the fire? Yeah, why did they do that? Throw it in the fire. Are people stupid? The doll is possessed by a demon, but the doll itself doesn't ever attack you. It's a doll. These are important things to think about. It's just like, huh. But I also want the player, like, at least in my game here, to I'm trying to force them to hate a character so that they intentionally kill that character and get a bad ending. Yeah. Pretty much how it goes with the Lovecraft thing. If you don't, if you reveal that it's a giant, you know, squid monster, it's just not scary anymore. Yeah. You know it's in the world, it's a thing, but, you know, it just overall has an effect on the world. That's cool, but that's what I'm doing here. Like, I have a larger world around it, and things will happen in that world, but you don't know what's really going on. I'm playing very small ball because, you know, I'm dealing with a bunch of toys and a toy factory, and there is greater things in the world that will kind of influence things, but they aren't the focus of the story, kind of thing. They just kind of are there. The whole point being, I want the character to feel small. At least that's my theory. If a character feels small, I want the player to feel small. I see where this is breaking. I copy pasted a bunch of crap. Scene 1. And this won't let me do them all yet unless I click it. Gotta solve the mystery why this character is not working. But she's sort of working. Yeah, I've definitely found it to be not that fun if you like go too overt. Thinking one, thinking two, thinking one, thinking two. She definitely does those, but she never does this. Okay. What is the current action? This one, the current action here. There's a break somewhere in her code. Tonight's a very YouTube night, apparently. I have like 6 people watching on YouTube, like no one on Twitch. It's funny. He's being told to fire a projectile. Where are you being told to fire a projectile? Oh, I know what the problem is. I'm dumb. There you go, that's my problem. I changed their system to be this system. And for this system to work, you have to put the reset action where you want it to be. And I didn't do that. She needs to have multiple phases, so she's going to get really complicated as I go along here. That should be what I need. All the future ones are going to be based upon this, but, you know, this one had already had, like, a huge thing already made. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to change it to this better one that I made for Patrick. I'm pretty certain my earliest AIs are going to be not very smart. No. She mostly jumps. She doesn't really walk very much. Oh, she does walk. Okay. I wonder if I should make small enemies able to be picked up or not. Oh, laggy here. My computer does not like the fact that I'm streaming and doing this. It really does not. Launch cupcakes. I don't have a curse for that. Any more abilities that drain the curse have a reason to use it? Oh, I got my music from Humble Bundle. The music you're hearing in the background for the stream is also from Humble Bundle. I literally just went and put a bunch of ones there because I know they're copyright free since I paid for the ability to use them. I have a bunch more. I need to sort them. I just never get around to it. But even the game music is just more of it. It's all from like Dark Fantasy Studio for the most part. I can I need to get more sort through the music more and find the ones I want. There's a bunch of ones I found that were pretty good, but there's only so many. I haven't even made a system to really change the music to different music for different bosses, but I'll get there. Actually, tonight I'm designing a couple enemies. I might work on some of the levels, maybe. That's weird the music didn't come on. Good music. Maybe it's gotten too close. Boing, boing. Wee, boing. Woohoo. I really need to go through and do a bunch of optimizing. Why don't you play the music? You should. You start farther away from her. Maybe it's just an issue with that. I'm like, yeah, like if you can go to like, I recommend everyone just go to Humble Bundle, and if you see a music pack that has anything even remotely that you like in it, just pick it up. It's so cheap. There's no reason not to do it. And you can use it in so many games. Especially horror things are so easy because, you know, ambient stuff is very common. Like ambient horror. Like, I need stuff that basically is like an almost comedic horror. So, like, you know, it gives you like that weird toy feel. That's very unusual, but for just horror, I have so much of it. Ow. Oh, me. I didn't put the stuff up there for that. It's kind of hard to hit. Her legs don't get hit very easily. I think that I need to do something about that. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't hit very well, so I need to work on hit detection a little better. Like, you'll see it hit and like it's almost like a lag or something. But she seems to work just fine to me. Her stupid weapon hits so much space just her jumping around. If you look at that, like, she just clocks you with it. She's not even swinging. It's just active because she's this giant weapon that hits you. Huh. I haven't actually instituted any kind of progression system yet, so I'm loath to make the character more powerful, knowing that I'm going to have a bunch of, like, you know, stat boosts along the way to probably help out. Because it is a Metroidvania, so I got to find stuff. That's half the fun. Reminds me, I need to make a tarot card that is everything. It's like a one that I can adjust. So I can make all the minor arcana as well, like all the suits and everything. Because I might actually make custom ones for Poppet on all of them. You can look, you know, cool with all the different tarot looks. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. All this alcohol is winning the fight. I'll be back in like a couple minutes. I'll take a real one. I return. My second pale ale already when I get just done with this one. It's almost done anyway. Yeah, it's done. Alright. Okay, so we've established this character knows what she's doing now mostly. I actually forgot what the problem was with her. It's been solved, so it doesn't really matter. I was originally going to make this the boss character of the thing, but she's just not cool enough. So she's going to have multiple battle phases and things like that, but she's just really lacking. It should be an okay mini enemy, like, you know, another one of the little mini bosses. I'm gonna have a bunch of mini bosses, I think. And then, you know, at some point I'll have the real boss. I'm pretty certain I'm gonna end up buying the real boss, because I saw a doll that looks so cool. Move these down. And I don't know, it depends on how horrifying I want to go, because let's see, the doll I was looking at using, bring it up. Because it's a sweet looking, oh my god. I was thinking this one as like the leader of the voodoo dolls. He's like terrifying looking. This is the Karen version. No one likes the Karen version. But I'd probably end up doing, you know, I mean, she's exactly what I'd want her to be. But definitely with the bloody one there, that's just perfect. Like, this is what I want. So I'm thinking that. I'm not paying that for it, but when she goes on sale, like Black Friday sale is usually the best sale that they even have. So that's like in a month. So in the next month, I'll probably be able to get it for like 20 bucks, which is pretty worth it for a character like that. Especially for the first real major boss to be like, you know, this terrifying thing. At least that's what I'm thinking. I may yet make a horror game as the next one after this one. I don't know. I don't usually play horror games. I usually like Metroidvanias better, but I recognize that horror games could be done so much faster. And, yeah, it's just so much faster. I think I just did it for Phase 0, didn't I? I do Patrick's taunt. I just did Phase 0. Battle Phase 5. Oh, I know. Yeah. I love those. And 3D ones are really rare, so I figure, you know, that'll help get people to play my game. Because, you know, I mean, you got to do something. Oh. Just in case anyone wants to join the Discord and chat randomly about these things, I do have a Discord. Or real board. We just chat game dev most of the time anyway. But whatever with the weird crap. Yeah. I remember I pinned that to the top of these things so actually get people interested in joining it or just hanging out. Often and hacking here. I think I just did a taunt and then... Well, that's just for player dead. Oh, never mind. I just did the taunt right at the start when it shows up. That's way better. Like, I don't need this taunt at all. This is just an on summon. Let's do this. Copy this. Yeah, I'm mostly more of a fan of the Castlevania type ones than I am Metroid itself, but I do like both. I mean, I think I like the. I mean, I'm a big fan of like Bloodstained and like that, and like, you know, obviously Symphony of the Night that started the whole Igavanias. Those are pretty fun in my book. I may yet play one of them on stream just for funsies. I'm probably going to play Alice Madness Returns and Bloodstained on stream at some point. Awesome, cool. There always needs more people to chat with. Goodness knows. Talk horror or something like that, you know? With good ideas. We can all try to convince Mike to actually make a game. Yes. In case he's still around listening. Messing with Mike is half because of some fun. It's all in jest. As we know, he'll never make a game. I gotta retarget this character a bunch of stuff here. And I didn't keep any of the animations? Okay, can I retarget these animations then? They're not separated out, that's terrible. Actually, that looks fine. It'll work. You target this animation to... That does not look like it's going to come out well, does it? Oh yeah, don't auto it. Oh, it just does them all. Okay, I've made so many characters that I need to bring into the game. I'm actually pretty far ahead when it comes to a lot of it, but setting them up to actually work, we ain't there yet. Does it look right? Okay, that looks so weird on so many levels. I don't even know what's going on, but whatever. It's fine. We'll see how it looks. What it's about. Oh, I have to make it into a montage. Did it in a montage. I guess it can be... we'll just make it miscellaneous. And a montage. With it selected, we will set that to there. Save everything, and now on showing up, she will in fact do that. Then proceed to play her behaviors normally. Yes. Yes. Didn't really do it though. Or if she did, I didn't see it. Or this other map volume, I don't need it. Let me get rid of any additional text because I don't want to see this every 5 seconds. Actually, every frame. It's not really seconds, but I'm gonna have to clean all this up so much so it looks nice. We'll get there eventually on the cleanup. Never underestimate the value of cleaning up your blueprints. So that they're more like legible when you just go to look at them. A lot of these need to be actually just removed because I'm not even using all of them anymore. Not even sure I'm going to use taunt more than once there. Oh yeah. Some of these tracks are a lot of fun. One is... oh, Final Dungeon. I don't know. Final Dungeon. I don't think it actually has additional information. File info? No. It was originally attributed to someone, but yeah. Wouldn't work very well for my particular game, but good try. Actually, why isn't this all under character behaviors? I don't know why it's like part of it's not even in the thingy. Might as well clean things up. That's fair. I mean, I get behind that. I gotta sort through the rest of my music and just, I have so many of them, just so many tracks. Yeah. I kind of wish I was doing a more Castlevania type of setting, but Castlevania with dolls would be kind of weird. Let's be real here, during that time period, you didn't have a lot of dolls. Dolls kind of came about more in like Victorian or maybe a bit before that. Like you got like the 1800s dolls in Europe. Even then I had to push my game farther ahead because electricity didn't exist. And a lot of the stuff I had fit the whole electricity thing, like, I mean, all the steampunky stuff. Which is more like, you know, like Bioshock era, like, you know, Bioshock Infinite type of thing, like turn of the millennia, maybe like 1910s, 1920s. Also, plastic didn't get widely used till way later. Like, it actually got invented, I think, in the, like, 1890 or somewhere around there. But it didn't see much use until like 30 years later or something. The plastic toys weren't a thing really. Yeah, there was like some weird technological things. I originally wanted to do it like, you know, more 1890s because I wanted to play with the whole Jack the Ripper thing completely. As, you know, my toy maker just basically being modeled after it. And he still is modeled after Jack the Ripper. It's just that I just couldn't find all the assets to make it work. Really that simple. Sometimes you got to make some additional changes to make it work. Now, kind of a problem. I'm gonna do this really fast. I keep trying to jump on these and they don't work. Get all three of these and then group on them together. Then delete these two. And then make copies of my Groupon table. Also, there's, I think, a hole in the wall here. Like, I think you can fall off. Maybe. Let me double check. I don't want it to be able to fall off right through here. I considered it, but I gotta make a bunch of breakables too. I haven't gotten to that yet. There's so many things I gotta do. Oh no, this is fine. Everything's on fire. This is fine. Look at it all burn. Yay! That actually sticks out the side here. Fix that too. Oops. I might change that sanity drain. It is too fast. It just seems ridiculous. What I really need is like an army of testers. But the problem with that is that the game's not ready to be tested particularly, so people aren't going to want to test it a bunch of times. So they're going to want to wait for it to be like really good and then test it. But like much closer along, so. Just me testing. Time to open the most complicated of all the blueprints, the chosen blueprint. That'll bring balance to all the blueprints. Poppet's blueprint. Poppet's blueprint isn't like other blueprints. Poppet's blueprint is divided into multiple graphs just to make my life easier. Yeah. We're looking for the upkeep graph. Why is all this crap here? I have so many questions for why all this crap is here. I think I left it all disabled slightly and didn't bother to include anything there. I might put the film grain back on. Oh yeah, like Poppets. Well, it's all about when you run things. Like, just because you have stuff in a blueprint doesn't mean it's going to be that bad. Now, if you run that every frame, that's nuts. Don't do that to yourself. Like, I don't really have much of an event begin play going on. I do have it. I don't use event tick ever. I mean, event begin play runs a bunch of things, but what I often do is event begin play will run something along the lines of, you know, which ones are we running here that just loop? Here it runs generic upkeep. And generic upkeep is the upkeep graph, and it's just this thing here. And what it does is it just runs through each of these and just does stuff. These are the stuff that has to happen all the time. At the very end, there's a delay, and it just runs itself again. And this way, you don't have to use event tick, because event tick runs every single frame. And it's a lot. Whereas this, I can, you know, delay it and do things like that. It's very rare when I use this type of thing there. It's not very necessary. Some of these things have to happen all the time, like how often, like their sanity is adjusted. This is just a mess, though. I was messing with things and then stopped in the middle. I was trying to find the right post process to make it look good. I'll put the film grain back on, because when she goes insane, she's supposed to actually have more of an effect. And I haven't quite figured out exactly how to make the effect what I want. There's a music change that happens, and there's a light change that's happening, but I keep waffling on how much I want it to do here. Update sanity and curse. This is where I need to make some changes here. This is a lot. I think I might just do like that and make it less. Maybe like 1.5 or something if she recovers it. I want them to explore, and having to run back every 5 seconds sucks. I worry that the sanity curse mechanic is a bit half-baked at the moment. It doesn't feel quite right. It's fun in combat. It's not very fun outside of combat. That's my issue. Because in the darkness here, I slowly lose sanity, and before it was so fast. Of course, I slowed it down, but I want to see if the film grain intensity thingy made a difference. I love the game animation sample. It does all the animations for me, so like her feet does stuff like that. I don't really see a film grain intensity happening. You can hear the music change slightly. Yeah, I don't really see a film grain intensity. Huh. Somehow this got broken at one point, and I don't know what's wrong with it. I definitely want to make some changes that are interesting. I'll play a bit with the post process here. This is the camera doing it. Yeah, as you can see, Poppet's stupid. But, I mean, she's a player character. She has to have, like, all this stuff. The big thing to never do is just never bother to, don't cast to the player character if you can avoid it. The best generic advice, just don't do it. Let's do a quick test here for post-processing here. Actually, what am I doing? Just infinite. Infinite extent unbound. Yep. Perfect. I guess maybe like a bloomer or something like that. We could reduce the bloom. You can do post processes everywhere, and that'll let you change some things. You know, you can change all the camera stuff, and you can actually just have them as little areas you run into and change things. But mostly what I'm doing right now is just testing to see if testing to see what things will look like. I've been puzzling with this for a while, exactly what I would do to make this work. I could actually just adjust the whole thing, right? Yeah, I'll play with the gamma. Let's see if this works. Let's I just split this structure, sure. I guess I would just do them all, right? We'll just absolute it to that. Let's see what happens. I want the sanity to really show up, you know, like to show that something is going wrong. Unfortunately, I don't have the animations to make her seem like she's going crazy. Wow. Well, it does the opposite of what I'm looking for. That's not quite what I'm hoping for. Sanity divided by 100, that lamp float there. This one is done in, yeah, it's just 0 to 1. What's the number it's spitting out? Let's see what my math is coming out to here. I've tried so many different things for this. I'm not sure which one I want to do for any of them. YouTube is like popping tonight. At one point I had 8 people watching. That's nuts. Counting up. Do it like this. Yeah, because it's a volume multiplier for the insane music, so. There. I'll clean most of this up later. I keep trying various things. I'm all over the place. Basically, I just wanted to like the curse is basically taking you over. Well, the consequences are there's twofold. Like this curse, like apparently it's just 0 now. Curse does two things. The curse powers all of your abilities, so it's what gives you power in the first place. However, it slowly causes you to, you know, run out of sanity. And when you run out of sanity, you basically die. The curse wins. So I just have her collapsing, you know, in blood or something like that. But I'll probably have some other different thing for it because I just have the same death animation as though she was. Because the whole area is, you know, all the toys are, you know, affected by this curse, and she's a new toy. She's like, you basically start playing her as soon as she's, you know, wakes up as a toy. And eventually the curse gets all the toys, so you're trying to get out before, or like, you know, save yourself before the curse gets you. And, well, if you stay in the dark too long, the curse gets you. You have to try to run to the lights all the time. Oh, backwards. Sanity is restored by going to the lights. Like, as long as you're within range of a light, you gain sanity back. So, the main mechanic of the coughing. The main way the game plays out is that you have to go into the darkness in order to gain your power back, but you also can't stay in it too long or you'll die. And now in this case it makes everything get dark, which I'm testing based on her sanity. So you can't stay in the light the whole time unless you want no powers. But you can have no powers if you want. Like, there's some powers that are free. Like, I let you summon the weapon for free. That's true. But most of the other things aren't going to be very free. Like, you can activate a tarot card for free, but that's about it. And I might cap this so it can only go so low. So this shows that you've been in the darkness too long. But this gets dark really fast. Probably too fast, to be honest. There's also a slight light change on her to show that she's in the light or the dark. This room's very bright, so kind of hard to tell exactly where the darkness is. Also just fall in the water. I'm going to multiply it by 2. I don't want it to get too dark too fast. I don't know, like, I'm debating on just how much it needs to affect things, like, you know. I think I'll cap it at a minimum of maybe like 1 or 2, just so you can still see, but, you know, it's bad news. Kind of experiment, because, you know, on the one hand, I really want the player to be able to see the game. On the other, I want them to know that something's going wrong. I can also just change the color, too, to something different. Maybe even a blue. Oh. Minimum has to be 0.2, not 2. I could do a blue, like a dark blue, because dark blue often shows like it's how like cartoons and animation stuff do like darkness a lot of times. Because if you make it black, then you can't see anything, and that sucks. Yeah, I've been thinking about. I'm not sure the post-process has a built-in vignette or not. This is pretty not too bad because it's still not too bad until like our sanity gets really low. I'm just waiting to see how bad it gets. I've really reduced how fast it goes down. Yeah, and about half it starts to get bad. That's not too bad. Because now it starts to get really bad as you get low. Yeah, I guess it gets really hard to see. Is there a vignette option? Oh. There is a vignette. Mobile depth of field. Not a very good vignette though, like it's not, it doesn't creep in completely from the sides like you want it to. Under image effects. I don't hate the idea of a vignette. But all it really has is that. So I kind of like the vignette just in general. I wonder if I should have a vignette all the time. Let's test this. Maybe I just want a vignette all the time. Because you can just apply a post-process all the time. I'm definitely a fan of that. I kind of like the vignette. It gives it more of a dark feel. If you'll notice, her light changes when she goes into the dark or not. This is also a trick to make it seem darker than it is. Like she has a light in like this, where you see it goes in here and it's like all bright because she has a personal light, and then over here it's turns purple, so she's in the darkness. Yeah, I don't hate the vignette actually. Huh. Just in general, a vignette. Yeah. I've been testing a lot of these things. I've gone through so many options. All kinds of crazy post-process unique stuff too. I can't find one that I like specifically. I would like to animate, like, going crazy, or maybe even, voices or something like that just happening so that she's a little more whacked out. I don't know. But I like to have something that kind of shows. Yeah, the vignette's a good thing. Thanks for the suggestion, definitely. I think I'm going to increase this a bit. One of the things I can actually do instead of multiplying this, I can actually remove a color. Like I can leave these all, let's say like, you know, 1 or something like that. I hope I could actually tell what those were, because, you know, X, Y, Z, and W aren't exactly the most useful things I've ever read. Versus this. Okay, so it's red, green, blue, and yellow. Not just luminance. That's yellow, I think. Sure. Wish I could adjust that number. I don't know how to though. Doesn't seem like it's easily available. We'll try X and see what happens. Yeah, we haven't even done all the stuff to really make the game look good yet. Right now it's just so early and there's like no optimization or very little, and the game's gonna look real good by the end. That actually makes it brighter. I don't like that at all. Interesting. That's definitely a very weird look. But it looks kind of like crap. You know? Like that's the feeling I get for it. It looks like crap. I almost just like darkening the whole thing and then just capping how much it can be dark or something, just to... Could have just done one, I guess. It'd probably be yellow or whatever is what'll happen. Gamma might be the wrong one to change. But I gotta admit, the blue looks nice. The lamps look like terrible. One of the things I considered doing was changing all these other little tones and everything like that, and like saturating them slightly different so that they were more blue. To reduce their overall everything. I don't want to do that. I think I'm just going to do the other and leave it for now. And then test it and see how it plays. I'll just do all of them, and then I'll just make it where it doesn't get totally dark. I do have the backup music too, but you can't really hear the crazy music very well because I've got the other music playing over the top of it. But what it does is it switches slowly between the two musics. Mute that, and then I'll play that out too. Yeah, this is a conundrum that's come up a lot. Yes, indeed. Right, the conundrum. Might actually change the curse light on it to be like a blue. You hear that music start to pick up? Almost Silent Hill like. That gets dark really fast. Really too dark if you ask me. Kind of going to be just slightly darker. These are the complex things, the little stuff that just makes the game play better. I do need something, so I'm going to come up with. I'm just going to keep trying various things as time goes by to try to find the solution for what makes it look good. Boing, boing. Very laggy, but then again, I have so much going on my computer, I'm not surprised. I get about 40 FPS when I'm not streaming, so I'm not too concerned about the any lag issues. It's like unoptimized. This isn't too bad. It really starts to alert you that things are getting really bad. You gotta run for a light. Probably fine for the moment. As exciting as it is to constantly sit there and test random things like that, I haven't come up with a better idea yet, so. But having just the vignette in general is not bad. I like that. I don't think I'm gonna do the post-process thing. Oh wait, I do need that. I don't need this. I was originally going to use, actually, the RPG Maker version of this, the intro story used this background music. More sinister than this version. Well, this version's kind of sinister too, but in a different way. We'll do for now. Design levels or something for a while, or areas. It is now 3:46 a.m. here, so the longer I stream, I'm just more like, do I want to cook? Like 5 hours and 2 minutes. I don't have to work tomorrow, so I can be up later and not care that much today. Don't get me wrong, I mean, we'll probably only make it another an hour or two before I'm just like, ah. Good night, though, for reviews on YouTube, though. Crazy. Some nights are just like really good on YouTube, some nights are really good on Twitch, and I just don't know which it's going to be, but I just stream to both and it works out. Hmm. Make like a little tiny table. Or maybe I'll just make 2 chairs here. Just sit and talk. Maybe time to put on these walls too. Tomorrow I'll probably work more on characters. Oh, Ultra Dynamics guy, you are so cool. In the chat. Oh, you gotta head to bed? That's fair, you know? Gotta be responsible. Who does that, right? Yeah. Yeah, happy to help. I'm always happy to answer questions. I may or may not know the answer, but I mean, I will make an answer. I don't know. Or streaming stuff. I think everyone should try streaming. I mean, gives you reason to talk to people, gives you reason to, you know, work on your game stuff. Really helps focus. At least it does for me. Plus, I can talk to myself even when no one's here, and no one thinks I'm crazy. People walking by the room be like, oh, he's just streaming. It's fine. There could be no one there, and I'm just talking to myself the whole time. But really, the thing that I find is most helpful is when you say an idea out loud, you often find how stupid that idea is. Like, it sounds really good in your head, then you like, put it into words, and it's like, wait, that's really dumb. Why would I do that? Many an idea has been defeated by me just saying it out loud and going, huh. Wow. Why would I ever do that? I think everyone should try it. I mean, I wouldn't expect viewers necessarily because I can tell you right now, I've streamed like over 200 times. And I don't know consistent enough, but it takes a long time to build a viewer base, so be prepared to stream to nobody, so get used to talking to no one for a while. Like, people like me will swing by periodically and say, hi, how's it going? But I work 8 hours a day and I stream, so I don't even have time to watch a lot of streams either. But my advice is, give it a try. Maybe you'll like it. Nothing else, if all it does is make you work on your game, still not bad. But I think it's a lot of fun. I just like chatting with people. I'd even be willing to test out people's games too. I don't even mind. I'm like, if they want someone to give it a shot, get on the stream, see if it's any good. Might be terrible, but find out. Guess I didn't keep any of the grass to eat. Here's one. Oh, have a great night, John, and sleep well. Going to build this garden area because I don't know if I have the brain power right now to make it a complicated AI or not. Probably don't. Like, maybe I do, maybe I don't, but this late into the night for me, I don't know. Doesn't lie. Apparently I can't the tiny fraction, so 3.5. That put it a little better? Not too bad. This is my, fake grass, basically. So that things can look like they have, like a plant would be able to grow in them. This is more like grass, like Disneyland would have grass. Like, yeah, sure, I guess, but does it really? I never thought I'd actually love streaming so much. It's weird. Like, I just happily do it anyway. But I guess it makes a lot of sense because I really just like talking to people. Well, basically anything. Like, you name it. I'm just interested in chatting. I guess that's not true. I've definitely dated some, you know, women that found things I was not interested in talking. I think it's often ideas and things that I find most interesting. If it's just gossip about someone, I guess it depends on the gossip. I won't say no gossip is juicy, but a lot of gossip is not that juicy. It's fine, I guess, but is it? Is it really? Wish I could make it like a little bit, do less than those numbers. Have it drag and be a bit less, but I can't. 0.3. 3.2. Probably fine. Since everything's going to be in the dark, I can get away with stretching things and it doesn't make a big difference. Can't see it anyway. I mean, you'll be able to see some of it. I may come back and actually do geometry meshes to make everything perfect later. I figure the best plan is to simply make certain that it is, in fact, just done. And then I can always change it later and go, okay, well, you know, I guess I can make it a little better. Go too long. Chair's starting to try to, you know, hear to me. Well, like, hey, buddy, how you doing? I'm like, maybe a little not as good as I could be doing, if you know what I'm saying. Like, well, you like this, right? I'm like, not really. It's like, you know, you do. Being taunted by the chair. Was knows that I know that it knows. Weird, it says there's 5 people watching me. It says there's like actually 2 people watching, and Twitch says there's just 1. Numbers don't add up. I don't know what they know, but whenever you like, you know, whisper they know. It's always like Big Brother is watching kind of thing. It just sounds so sinister. You're just like, not sure if like, oh no. I don't get out much, so it's my explanation for everything in life. They don't allow me out. They know better. So they give me little goblin tunnels and they just say stay in those. I'm like, okay. I can avoid the sunlight. That stuff's dangerous, you know? Pretty soon, you know, you end up being all like, you know, friendly and likable and start looking normal and healthy, and all the resident shut-ins start shunning you because, you know, you're no longer one of them. You just hear them go, out. You're like, but what are you? Oh, and I'm like, then I gotta not get sun for, you know, months in order to be pale enough to be welcomed again. The sad life. Okay, I'm gonna give her that nap. I don't want to calculate it for 5 seconds. I don't care. The area that was never intended to exist, but now does anyway, because why not? There's just so much stuff where I'm just like, this would be cool, and I just do it. Guess I could put one here too. I plan to have a lot of areas that you can fight at. And plenty of ways to avoid the enemies too. A lot of the enemies are just going to be completely stupid. And the bosses will be in rooms that are hard to actually avoid them, but it won't be. Coming out of that room. So, I had an idea. What if the water actually comes out here, like at a lower level, and it goes across here like a little bridge thing like that into a hole over here, and then into one of these pools, thus creating a little river that can be jumped over. Then I can put little mini bridges over it. Am I doing that? What's the viability of a bridge here? I mean, definitely feel the 4 a.m. It's literally 4 a.m. now. Turned that. Definitely feeling it. I think it's apps bundle Tomato City is. I have these little bridges. I wonder if this would be all that viable here. Let's see what happens if I dumped one out here, if it would look good or not. Let's make the assumption that it drops it over here, I guess. Did we do that? Let's see. Where would we drop it? It would be going through there. You should almost set that bridges at both locations. I stretch it out this way too. It's kind of weird though, because of the pegs on it. This kind of a bridge seems more like it needs more space than that. I don't know. Plus there's the whole, if it isn't like this, like if it isn't raised up, then it looks kind of weird anyway. That doesn't really stick through the ground terribly. So you could do that, and you could just put water going through here. Is that better than having the ability to go places? Because I could remove these here and have like water troughs instead. Then you lose out on this whole maze area to wander around, which I don't think is what I want to do. I don't like it. Once again, one of those problems where you talk it out and it just sounds stupid. After having thought it over, I was like, oh yeah, that's gonna work. Fun. Should just have game dev radio. Whenever I'm not streaming, it just plays music the whole time. Just random tracks. Idea. A good time of day to stream. I started getting a lot more people. And it just kind of goes on throughout the... So weird for YouTube. You just don't average very well on YouTube. I'll take it. Of chatting. Of course, no one's chatting at the moment, but, you know, I still love chatting. I should be putting these in the right room. Probably marked as Sally's room. Oh. I do my organization, very important. All those are in there. Ooh. Not that one. Not that one, that one. This one, this one. That one and this one. It'll do. Terrible. That's not even remotely in the right location. Because I accidentally moved it or something. Not what I want. Thank you. When's this one? Oh, that one. Better than that. See this 1.58 as well. 6, 4. 0.5 it is. I guess it wasn't completely square, which is hindsight. Let's square it first. How did you move over? Oh, many questions. Like the whole one got moved over. Just like this looks like the whole one got moved over. Huh. Well. I wasn't paying attention at some point and that happened. Okay. I see what happened. The control clicked a lot. Instead of shift clicking the first one so that it would actually reset it. A bunch of ones got moved over that didn't need to be. Already kind of blocking that area anyway. It's starting to wind down pretty hard at this point. Oof. Um, I think I'll probably end up calling it about this point here. As much fun as I'm having, definitely starting to feel the full work week and not sleeping many hours any night this whole week. Don't get me wrong, it will. I'll probably just stream tomorrow too. Just having fun streaming. Tomorrow being later today, because I don't have to work, so I have no reason not to just work at well, I'll probably not stream earlier because I guess it depends on when I wake up. I don't know. I'm probably gonna try to get a good full 8 hours of sleep instead of the 6 I've been getting for the last like 5 days. Yeah, I'll probably end up working on more AI stuff when I'm a little more coherent. Especially for a boss. I can make a bunch of little dopey enemies, I guess. I probably won't be embellishing them so much as just making the generic outlines, because I can always add in a bunch of cool, you know, particle effects and God knows what else later. As long as the base attack is there, that's good enough for me. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow or subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll be back probably tomorrow to continue the same thing.